The Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding Him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book and the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy, you're invited.
Good evening. Come on in. Come on in. Shalom.
The East is where we're from. The 12 tribes of Israel. In 721 BC, the Assyrian king, he took us down, we fell. With the great escape we went through the Euphrates.
Come on in. Hit the like button.
The Lord held the water still.
Blessings. Blessings.
To a land where no mankind dwelt, we went. The 12 tribes of Israel. So we be Manasseh, the Cubans,
Blessings, brothers and sisters.
Puerto Rico, and Valley for the Isles of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. Babylon from Panama, yeah, the North American Indians.
Blessings.
Simeon, the Dominicans, the highest gathering Israel.
That's right, brothers and sisters. The Most High's gather in Israel. I'm Elder Ricard. And of course, we have Elder Lawyer on also. I'm going to bring him in one moment. Live with our weekly broadcast. And yes, we will bring brothers and sisters in through Zoom this evening. I'm sort of like that type of interaction. And yes, soon we will have the radio phone number like we used to with Blog Talk. But in the interim, I'll just use Zoom until that's all set up. Blessings to my brothers and sisters throughout the four corners of the earth. I'm Elder Ricard, and yes, and this is a presentation through the Gathering of Christ Church, our weekly broadcast. I would like to say shalom to my brothers and sisters throughout the four corners of the earth. Whether you be in this hemisphere on the other side, blessings to the churches and all the brothers and sisters, Israelites and Gentiles alike, throughout the world. Okay? For those who don't know, sundown Saturday will begin the first day of the year. Saturday sundown. Okay? The last day is Friday sundown to Saturday sundown. It is the last day of the year. Why? According to the word, a year is divided into 52 parts. There is no 365 days. The Gentiles are off with their calculation. That's why they need to do certain things like adjust leap years every few years and all these others, because the Gentiles, why? The Gentiles refuse to follow Sabbaths and keep time according to how God said we were supposed to do this from the beginning. Okay? So again, the new year, first of all, we're not in 2025. That's another lie. because that would means that Christ, right? If they say 2025, the day of our Lord, Amni Domini, that Christ didn't come back within the time the Bible stated he would. Okay? According to the Bible, we got a time, and a dividing the times according to Christ's coming from his birth. So that means we're not in the year 2000 according to the scriptures. But if you've been in our classes, you would know that already, but just breaking things down from a simple standpoint, if you follow the Sabbaths, that puts you on time according to prophecy, weeks, months, and yes, years. All right, that's how the Most High said calculate time is through Sabbaths, and the Most High gave us the understanding to present before you all. So I'm happy to let you all know that your calendars with the 12 tribes theme for those who pre-ordered will be soon sent out to you. I have it in hand. The 12 tribes of Israel. Beautiful, beautiful calendar. All right. The 12 tribes theme. Let me tell you, you'll never see a calendar this detailed. Beautiful calendar. Breaking down the scriptures for the 12 tribes of Israel. It breaks down the seasons according to Sabbaths. Right there. They're on their way. Yeah, that's right. Judah, the scepter shall not depart from Judah. And we're going to be talking about Judah tonight. Princess Judah says she got hers already. All praises be to the Most High. Look at the Most High's people. Baptized. Go to gatheringofchrist.org. You can click that link. Click the link that Elder Dale just put in the chat. If you like to get yours ordered, we'll send it right out to you. We'll send it right out to you. All right? One thing that popped out that really stood out to me is, yes, Bishop Gocc from Puerto Rico, Ephraim. He'll start back his Spanish broadcast starting tomorrow night. Of course, our prayers have been with him and his family. His sister's family moved back, and you know our prayers have been out there for you, my brother. And it so happens, you know, we've been praying for his sister to get better, and she's getting well. And even before anything, this picture was already chosen for the calendar before we knew anything as far as the battle that was going on in the home. That's the sister that, you know, was baptized in Puerto Rico, the sister of Bishop Gocc, and the Most High is bringing her back to health. All praises be to the Most High. Strong. It's strong when Judah, Israel, and Ephraim stands together in the spirit of the Almighty. Right? So that and more is within the calendar. And yeah, please, whatever you do, support the work by going to the site and ordering the calendar. It'll be one of the best learning tools, one of the most beautiful learning tools to learn this Bible concerning time and Sabbaths that you've ever had in your possession. It'll be the best you've ever had in your possession when it comes to understanding the time according to God, okay? According to the Bible. Yours is on its way, Rose. All right. Also, first of all, let me bring in Elder Lawyer. Shalom, Elder Lawyer.
Shalom, sir. How you doing?
I'm blessed by the Almighty, and I'm getting a lot of positive responses from that last teaching we did in the academy, breaking down the angelic forces. You know,
yes, sir. All
praises be to the Most High. It's the first time we went in depth that way. Everything they've Elder, everything they have taught about the angels, they have concealed the truth about our God and the ministering spirits so that it could do what? It would shake our belief, and by default, most people would seek to the Gentiles for faith in a belief system. And
Right.
with the truth, we understand that we were deceived by the Gentiles, and I'm going to go into that today. Right? Everything they taught us, they lied about everything. Okay? They lied and claimed that America sent a man to the moon. Right? That's a lie. Okay? Right. And I don't have to say allegedly. That's what they told us. It was a lie. How do we know man can't go to the moon? Because according to the scriptures and the cosmology of the scriptures, when it just comes to out there in so-called space, which is really heaven, these are ministering spirits. Everything else moves. The earth stands still. The earth isn't spinning. That's a lie. So we know that was the first lie. The moon, stars, sun, they're all ministering spirits that turn into their course according to how Christ made them from the beginning, to minister to what? This place we call earth. So science lied and claimed that there's a distance between the earth and all these other so-called stars, when really there aren't stars at all. They're all angels. Right?
Right, absolutely.
Another thing, while they concealed the truth about angels, which are Els, Yahs, or gods. Well, they concealed the truth of our God is because why? So that they, by default, they would have the upper hand when it comes to spiritual warfare. See? If they erase the name of our God and the truth of our God from our presence, then that's one God the Gentiles don't have to fend against, one of our greatest weapons in spiritual warfare. So now the witches and warlocks and sorcerers and rabbis and others would have the spiritual upper ground because they'll teach us and control us through the gods they serve. They'll teach us about their gods and control us through those gods. And folks, if you weren't in that academy, don't worry about it. We're only in week 2. You can still enroll. We'll give you the first 2 weeks, the creation of the universe, as well as the angels' origins. And another thing they don't want us to know about the heavens and the truth about the angels and all that. Because why? I said it in the academy. The greatest lie Satan ever played on the earth, who is their god Lucifer, who's no longer Lucifer, he has lost his light. He has lost his light. The greatest lie he have programmed the population of the earth to believe is that he never existed. So if you distort the truth of our God and creation and how all things are made, then you won't even know the origin of the God that have deceived Adam and Eve and seek to destroy mankind. Right? So, hey, y'all better get in that academy where we're breaking things down on another level in this academy, which the theme is the war of the gods. And yes, everything they told you about mythology and the gods that's actually followed and or revered in mythology, folks, there is no mythology. They hide in the fact that these are the fallen gods the Bible identifies in the book of Genesis. When the sons of God came and dealt with the daughters of men and taught mankind lies. So, like I broke down in the academy, now I can't let everything out because I have a topic to teach tonight, right? So why is it that they would have us believe that the gods the Gentiles been worshiping for ages, for thousands of years? Why would they teach in our current time that these particular gods were mythological? or the figment of someone's or a man's imagination. Well, brothers and sisters, this is why. The greatest spiritual tool we have always had against the Gentiles' disposition against us is the Word of God, the Bible, which is our record. The people in this Bible are our family, our forefathers. So the reason why the Gentiles had to teach Greek mythology, the gods they worship in their secret religions, as a myth, so that when they stand to take the Bible and prayer out of the church, out of the schools, they'll be able to now teach their religion in our schools under mythology. See how it works? See how it works? They'll tell you, you cannot pray to your God. You cannot believe in the God of the Bible. That ain't nothing. And that there's a separation between church and state. And then they'll have us agree to have our book, which is really the moral compass for the world, for our people, have always protected us. Take that out of the schools and allow the religion of the Gentiles to continue under mythology. See how those snakes work? It's not a myth at all. When you do your research on the so-called Greek and Asian mythology, it goes back to the fallen gods that led to the what? The deluge, the flood. Okay? But I digress. I'm going to leave that there. Make sure you get into the Hebrew and Bible Academy with our theme, War of the Gods. Now, one other thing I want to talk about, Elder Lloyd, to let people know. Well, if the first day of the week begins Saturday sundown, well, when you count to the 14th day, right? First month, first day. So if you count to the 14th day, we know that what? In 2 weeks from this Friday, 2 weeks from this Friday sundown, this Saturday sundown, will be the 14th day. Right? So the second Sabbath after the so-called, after the new year, after the true new month, new moon or new year, which is this coming Saturday, will bring in Passover. It's quite that simple. Passover will be 14 days from Friday sundown to Saturday sundown. You got that? The 14th day. Saturday sundown is the first day. The 14th day, which is Friday sundown, will be the beginning of the Feast of Unleavened Bread, which is Passover, the time Christ was given up for the sins of our nation. Okay? So in case a lot of you may be confused, and I always make this announcement every new year. I don't know if y'all noticed, right on time the weather started breaking, the lights started happening, and the weather started coming in nice, right in time for the new year that starts this Saturday sundown. Y'all notice that? This calendar have always been on point, the Most High have given us. Have always been on point. So you might wonder, well, why are the other Hebrews and Jewish people and all that, why do they follow their Passover at a different time every year? Why? Because they're not going with the 364-day schedule the Most High gave Moses from the beginning. And for a lot of the teachers, it's really not their fault. Okay, they're doing the best they did the best they could with what they had, right? And a lot of our people who are the Jews, the Israelites, we learned to follow Sabbath after the white Jews. And what's wrong with that is there's a Babylonian counting that goes with the European Jews that goes all the way to the fall of Babylon, when our people began to worship the moon and calculate time according to the moon. Okay? That's why their days are off, and every year their Passover falls on a different day. You cannot calculate an annual calendar with the moon only. Does the moon play a part? Absolutely. But you cannot use the moon without the sun in calculation. It's like having a clock with one hand. The Most High had the sun and the moon to keep time. The moon follows the sun through portals all around the earth to give light to the earth. Okay? The sun is masculine. The moon is feminine. Now, the reason why you cannot follow the moon is because why? The moon gives us, look at your Jewish calendar and the moon cycles if you would like. The moon gives us 30 days, 6 months, 30 days, and 6 months, 29 days. Which means if you add up a lunar year, it comes out where what? A lunar year comes up 10 days short each year. So you're off course. If you're telling me it's 364, or as the Gentiles are claiming, which is a lie, I know it's 364. But if the Gentiles are telling us, according to the Romans, that a year is 365 days, and I'll show you here real quick, it's common sense. You can Google this, okay? That's how simple it is. How many days are in a lunar year? Question mark, right? How many days are in a lunar year? Right? How many days are in a lunar year? As a matter of fact, let me do it through Google. Do it through Google. How many days in a lunar year? Look what it says there, folks. 354 days. That's according to the moon. So if the moon annual year comes up 10 days each short, 10 days short every year, how are you following the Passover according to it? Huh? It comes up to that means each year you're 10 days off. So how can you calculate the Passover through the moon? This is why the Most High told Moses in the book of Jubilees, the Gentiles, our people will go off following the Gentiles. He says, and when that happens, everything will go off in the earth. Because the moon year comes in 10 days early each year. And the Israelites, God's people, would begin to lose the time and the seasons according to how it was given to Moses. So we know the Jewish people aren't following the Passover on the Passover. They're still worshiping Semiramis and Easter under the guise of Passover. See that? It's not hard to understand. So this what I'm teaching here isn't open for debate. It's numbers. It's Sabbaths. See? So this is nothing you can't debate. If someone say you should follow the Passover according to the moon, then you ask them, okay, if the moon give you a year of 354 days, what's a complete year according to the moon? And Why are your Sabbath changing each year to year? You know why? Because you're following one hand on the clock without using the sun. That's why. So this is why each year you'll see Jewish people and even Israelites, every time their Passover happens, it's on a different day each year, when it should be at a fixed time each year, which is the 14th day of the first month, which means what? The Passover will always fall on Sabbath. The first week is 7 days, Sabbath, and the second week it's another 7 days. So the second week, counting from the last day of the year, 364, if you're calculating right, the Passover will always fall on Sabbath. Do not use the moon. The Babylonians went off following the female spirit of the moon, worshiping Semiramis, the goddess of Babylon. And that's why the Jewish days usually fall in close proximity of what? The pagan Christian days. Because they all worshiping the same god and goddesses. Semiramis, Nimrod, and Tammuz. All right. All right. So, there's nothing much to say here. After this weekend, in a couple of weeks, we'll be having the Passover. And we thank the Most High for another opportunity to gather with the saints of the Almighty, the Israelites and the Gentiles alike. Jumping right in. Jumping right in, Elder Lawyer. Right? As you can see, our lesson, Babylon, confusion and wars against the black Jews. Confusion and war against black Jews. Now, of course, I started off with what? Babylon, confusion and war against black Jews. And when I go into this today, we're going to deal with this on every level. Geopolitically, how the Gentiles interact and undermine the black Jews. How even there's dissension amongst the 12 tribes, where the 12 tribes cannot get together on one accord. There's even confusion amongst Israelites in the earth, not understanding that that was Satan's plan the whole time. But if we don't come together, when I say come together in the Spirit of Christ, and at minimum, treat each other accordingly, according to the civil way that was established with Moses and the Israelites in the beginning. And folks, that doesn't mean that we need to like each other. Okay? Doesn't mean we need to like each other. The civil laws were put in place so that we would have some decorum and at least a mutual respect for one another. To honor the blessings the Most High have given all of us. You understand? So even though a person, or just say individuals, cannot go and kick it together and all these things, that doesn't mean that I don't honor or respect the Spirit of the Most High in that person. That's still a soul that belongs to the Almighty. And we as a people have lost that, where there is no dignity and honor and just base respect. We loathe one another. We disrespect one another. And guess what? All of that drills down, especially with all the people and all the weight of the world, with the Gentiles attacking, the Israelites attacking. It all at the very end, it presses down on Judah. And that's intentional also. And I'm going to go into this today. It presses down on Judah. Let's talk about it. Elder Lawyer, let's go to the beginning since we're talking about the confusion and war against Babylon.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to go here. We're going to start here in Genesis 11. Right? Genesis 11. Hold on, let me grab here. Let's go all the way back to Babylon. I'm going to show you why there's so much confusion and division amongst God's people. Let's start here from the beginning. Genesis 11, let's read it.
Yes, sir. Genesis 11 and 1. And the whole earth was of one language and of one speech. And it came to pass as they journeyed from the east, that they found a plain in the land of Shinar, and they dwelt there. And they said one to another, Go to, let us make brick and burn them thoroughly. And they had brick for stone, and slime had they for mortar. And they said, Go to, let us build us a city and a tower, whose top may reach unto heaven.
Now,
and let us.
Now, when you do the breakdown of this is not just speaking, brothers and sisters, of some regular old building. Okay? You're talking top magic, top technology. You're talking technology beyond really what NASA figured out lately. How to look on the outside of the atmosphere of the earth and to know where all the portals between heaven and earth lies. All the doorways or gates between the outside world and the world we live in, the terrestrial. Well, guess what, folks? All of that technology was shown before the flood and after the flood. This was a technological temple set up to war against God. Read.
And they said, Go to, let us build us a city and a tower, whose top may reach unto heaven.
Come on.
And let us make us a name, that lest we be scattered abroad upon the face of the whole earth.
Come on.
And the Lord came down to see the city and the tower, which the children of men builded.
Come on.
And the Lord said, Behold, the people is one, and they have all one language, and this they begin to do. And now nothing will be restrained from them, which they have imagined to do.
Whatever they think upon, they'll accomplish. Top knowledge, top intelligence given to mankind by the fallen Lucifer. It tells you in the scriptures that he's wiser than Daniel. Now, on top of giving man this technology, it comes with an exchange. I'll give you the technology to understand everything, and even one day give some of you the power to go out there with me, is what he promised them. Okay? You'll rule the cosmos. But the agreement was, in order for me to give certain of you God-like power, you must sacrifice your people to me, to serve me and build this tower. You must serve the fallen gods. Folks, that's the origin of all religions on earth. outside of the true doctrine that was given to Abraham, and before him, Noah, Shem, Noah, Methuselah, Enoch, Seth. Here's the beginning. So wherever they set up their religions, they bring servants to build Satan's program. That was the agreement going all the way back to the Tower of Babel. Now, I showed a small video in the academy. I didn't get a chance to go through it all. But it goes into the Sumerian cuneiform. The languages, well, really, the information, the tablets that were left from the fallen ones. And it gives you pre-flood information on how that city of Nod was actually built, when you look at it from a biblical perspective, by the angels who were bound here pre-flood and began to mingle with mankind and bring forth sinful flesh. Now, one thing about this was there were ranking spirits under the fallen ones who were servants, who eventually built the temple of Nod and all the cities that Cain would one day rule over. Well, once the Most High destroyed their madness through the flood, and in the Sumerian text, it talks about the deluge or the flood that would come. The only way they can start the process again is right here from Genesis 11. But instead of the fallen ones serving and digging and building empires for the fallen gods, they would trick mankind into giving up their children to work for them. Okay? And for an exchange. So your elites are willing to sacrifice the citizens for power, for secret knowledge. Now, this may be going over a few people's heads, but hey, he that have an ear, let him hear. I'm giving you context to what we're reading, which leads to the confusion and war against the black Jews today. There was only one belief system before the Gentiles decided under Lucifer to have a totally separate belief system against our God. Here it is right here. There it is. And that's why it doesn't matter what religion you're following. They'll forbid you or dissuade you from going into the Bible. Because the Bible will identify the evil origins of all their religions. Whether it be Buddhist, whether it be Muslims, it doesn't matter what religion it is on earth. It all started right here. It all started right here. When the Most High confounded the tongues, the spirits came down, the 70 angels confounded the tongues. And guess what? All of the people was divided into 70 divisions and took back that same religion to their respective cities, to their respective divisions. This is why you can find similar tenets of these religions and similarity, and it doesn't matter what the language is, because the core belief system started in Babylon, which is Iraq. It stretched from Iraq all the way to different parts of India. Okay? Read the 7th verse, please.
Yes, sir. Verse 7. Go to, let us go down, and there confound their language, that they may not understand one another's speech. So the Lord scattered them abroad from thence upon the face of all the earth, and they left off to build the city. Therefore the name of it is called Babel, because there the Lord did confound their language, or the language of all the earth, and from thence the Lord scattered them abroad upon the face of all the earth.
So that's why it was called Babel. Why? Babel means, brothers and sisters, confusion. confusion. So Satan found, okay, out of this, even though people were scattered, all right. Even though his plan was stunted, automatically mankind is now weakened. Instead of us working together, us working against the God who saved us, the sons of Noah, Ham, Shem, and Japheth, we were all of our fathers were on Noah's Ark. We were stronger together, but by choosing the other side, boom, we're weak. We're divided in different languages. And now all Satan has to do is work with all these different factions in the earth against the chosen spirit that he was warned about before he was thrown here, that would come through the righteous Shem. Now he could work through his religions and focus his mind on a chosen seed that was prophesied to one day judge him through a bloodline where a man by the name of Yeshua or Christ would come through to right all the wrong that started from the beginning by thrusting Lucifer and those who fell and disobeyed his father from the beginning, thrust them into hell. So he would do what? He would use that confusion and chaos to bring his order. Now, I need y'all to focus now. Stick with me. This is quite simple, right? So, how would you do it? And this is the reason, if you can't tie two and two together, brothers and sisters, you won't get it. This is the reason they have taught us here, especially in the Western world, that at all times there should be what? A separation between religion and or politics. Folks, do you know that that particular mindset isn't established through any government throughout the earth outside the Western world? The religion sets the moral tone for that country. To have the moral high ground, knowing that it's the moral God that strengthens that empire or country. So they started telling us, just putting it in, well, there's few things we don't talk about around here. You never talk about religion and or politics because people will never come into it always starts with an argument. And I say, why run from the discourse? Why would they tell us, if you believe in God, to stay away from politics? Unless they were hiding something from us. If you understand the Tower of Babel, that was a government initiative. Okay? A political initiative under a spirit with what? An outcome to destroy the righteous seed. And all through the Bible, we read of these instances where policy is drafted against these same people. Once a Gentile nation gained power, Satan comes amongst their leadership to begin to execute policy that would lead to killing the men of the chosen, the man-child of the chosen. The Egyptians tried to destroy us. The Most High preserved us. Their policy was to kill the firstborn, keep the girls alive. The Babylonians tried to destroy us. And the Most High told Jeremiah, go hold the Ark of the Covenant, and had the sons of Zadok run into the wilderness, who one day became the Essenes, to preserve the righteous tenets that would one day war spiritually against the religions of Babylon. Okay? Under Herod, the Edomite, the Idumean, he had a decree. No sooner as they seen that this man was born, a black man, there was a decree by the Europeans, who we would call the Europeans today, the Romans, to kill the child. He would have to flee into Egypt to hide, like Moses fled into Egypt, from the sword of that policy. So don't let anyone tell you that if you believe in God or the Bible, not to understand policy. If you don't understand policy, you don't understand prophecy. And they don't want you to look into it because all the policy was shaped to keep Israel under the power and or foot of the Gentile nations. That's right, folks. It's systemic. The governments were set up to keep us divided through confusion while warring against that prophecy. It so happens, and even though it feels good to know who we are, it so happens that we're that prophecy. And the worst thing about it is we're between the crosshairs. We're the target. We're the target, folks. And the Gentiles will continually conspire against us until we no longer exist. So if we know the Gentile powers and the governments have always been against us since the Tower of Babel, why are we so divided and have so much hatred amongst one another when we're already under the gun? We're surrounded on every side. And we still, and it's a curse when we're all trapped in a corner together. And instead of looking at the enemy who's looking to destroy us, we're in the corner destroying one another, hating one another, envying one another, thinking evil thoughts against one another. Right? So what I hope to do with this, with the lesson today, is to give some key details, not only have pride in one another, but to understand when we feel at odds with a brother or sister, or feel that we need to disrespect one another, understand this. You're disrespecting the Spirit of God or the soul in that person. The gift of the Almighty that gave that person life is the same God that chose you. Right? At minimum, we have to really examine how we've been programmed to view one another. It was a program to see our enemy as friends and see those of God's people as the enemy, as your own. Your own is the enemy, and everyone else I can be friends with and or respect. Now, are we to disrespect any people? I'm not saying disrespect other people. But when people come in your presence, you have to understand their intentions. And I hope this particular broadcast helps with that. Elder Lawyer, let's get Daniel real quick.
Yes, sir.
The one I told you about, Daniel, the 8th chapter?
Yep.
Let's get it real quick. Daniel 8. Let me grab it here. And let's go down to 25.
Yes, sir.
Right? It's deep because I was going to pull this out. I forgot to pull out in the other lesson. And do me a favor, brothers and sisters, if you haven't already, please hit the like button. I'm going to show you how they have tricked us again. Right? Daniel 8 and 25. Let's read that.
Yes, sir. Daniel 8:25.
Read.
And through his policy, also he shall cause craft to prosper in his hand.
Witchcraft.
And he shall magnify himself in his heart, and by peace shall destroy many.
When they shall say peace, peace. Peace talks isn't about peace at all, folks. Peace is really a declaration for war. That's what it is. So the peace talks you hear about Ukraine, it's not what you think it is. I'm going to give you some insight of what these peace talks are. Breaking down the other countries, all these other countries, to pay mercenaries to war against the children of Israel at the very end. I don't care if it's Russia, Ukraine, I don't care what it is. It's not what they're telling you. You don't spend tens of billions of dollars into a country without it having some interest according to what? The policies against God's people. The more our people begin to awaken concerning our truth, the truth of who we are, the more mercenaries they'll pay. I need y'all to think about this, folks. I told people a long time ago, don't be distracted with what they're giving you on CNN, ABC, and all that. When they talk about the war in the Middle East and all that, folks, I told you who the war was against years ago. The bait and switch. They're only going to go over there, destabilize them, so that now they can have these people and their children come over to be leverage against you. I'm going to tell you, it's all circling together in one language at the Tower of Babel to rid out the children of prophecy. Every war they go to, folks, it have nothing to do with what they're telling you. It's fine over there. If the country do get destroyed, their children will what? Learn to become mercenaries to be used under the policy to get rid of our people. That's how it works. There have never been a black or brown coalition. There is no coalition. It's an infiltration. And through his what?
And through his policy.
And through his what?
And through his policy.
And through his policy. So if someone tells you you're not supposed to learn about the Bible and know what's going on as far as politics is concerned, they're keeping something from you. There's something they're hiding. If they're going to use policy and craft to destroy me, shouldn't I understand the policy they're drafting against me? Also, he shall cause craft to prosper in his hand. Folks, do you know they had $25 million in the U.S. aid pack? $25 million, they found money being used for magic. Are you kidding me? Let me show you this. How much was it? Let me show you all this. Let me see if it's here. Let me see if it's here. Matter of fact, let me go through a few of these, and I'll go back to policy. And folks, this is what all of this, brothers and sisters, is spiritual warfare, social warfare, and spiritual warfare. Right? They just found this. The White House found this in their audit of USAID. $15 million for condoms to the Taliban. $446,000, almost $500,000, to expand atheism, atheist thinking in Nepal. Now, why would they spend money towards one becoming an atheist? We're up against Satanists, folks. It's spiritual warfare. Right? Let me get a few more. Oh, let me show you this. Through the policy, they shall destroy many. $1 million to boost French-speaking LGBTQ groups in West and Central Africa through the State Department. Policy. It's in the interest of them to break us spiritually by putting money towards this. At the same time, they telling Judah and America they don't have anything for us. 14 million in cash vouchers for migrants at the southern border. Right? Social mercenaries to push us to the side. And I'm going to show you how damning the migration, the immigrant thing, and what it's really about, and the fact that Trump isn't going to stop anything. Okay? 21,000 for a drag show in Ecuador through the State Department. What is the interest of promoting drags to children in Ecuador, the Israelites in Ecuador, if it isn't spiritual warfare? 47,000 for a transgender opera in Colombia through the State Department. 32,000 for LGBTQ-centered comic books in Peru. All these places where the children of Israel are. 55,750 for climate change presentation warning in Argentina. And I'm going to show y'all what's up with the climate change in a moment. The only climate changing is somebody, losing, a male losing his member. Anyway, a climate change in Argentina to be led, not only is it climate change, it's to be led by females and LGBT journalists through the State Department. 3.3 million being LGBT in the Caribbean through USAID. $3,305,446 to push LGBTQ in the Caribbean, where Benjamin lives. 7 million, over 7 million, for a BIPOC speaker series in Canada through the State Department. 80,000 for LGBTQ community center in Bratislava, Slovakia. What is this constant need or importance for this particular behavior to be spread if it isn't important under what they're trying to do with the policy? To cause serious immorality as a way of waging war against the children of the law, the children of Torah, the children who believe in Christ. 3.2 million to help Tunisian migrants adjust to life in Tunisia after deportation. 16.5 million, 16,500 to foster a united, equal, queer, feminist discourse in Albania. 10,000 to pressure Lithuanian corporations to promote DEI values. 8,000 to promote DEI among LGBTQ groups in Cyprus. Folks, these are ancient cities from back when Paul was spreading the gospel. 1.5 million to promote job opportunities for LGBTQ individuals. 70,884 to create U.S.-Irish musical to promote DEI in Ireland through the State Department. 39,000 to host seminars at the Edinburgh International Book Festival on gender identity for racial equality through the State Department. And another thing, we should never be down with racial equality. Okay? We should never be down with that because you don't know what that entails.
Right.
It sounds as if they're seeking to be fair. Nah, they're seeking to infiltrate, to taint our children. The Tower of Babel was the beginning of inclusion. $425,000 to help Indonesian coffee companies become more climate and gender friendly through USAID. There's another one I wanted to show here real quick before I, hold on, Elder. It's one more, hold on. One, it showed that they spent a certain amount of millions of dollars to practice magic. Hold on. I don't want to get too far off the beaten path with this, but I wanted to show this. Hold on. Now, I'm going to leave that there. But this is what I want to show you real quick, Elder Lawyer. Through thy policy, they shall destroy it. Let's go back to the Bible real quick.
Yes, sir.
Go back to the Bible. Let's do it.
Yep, Daniel 8:25. And through his policy also he shall cause craft to prosper in his hand. And he shall magnify himself in his heart, and by peace shall destroy many. He shall also stand up against the prince of princes, but he shall be broken without hand.
When you go into the prophecies of this, folks, it's talking about Rome. Rome. The Antichrist, folks, is headed up through the Vatican seat. A black man by King James exposed that centuries ago. That's why he got the Bible translated so that we can learn it in captivity to spiritually war against those demons, those sorcerers operating at the Vatican. Now, he shall also stand up against the Prince of Princes. At the end, they're going to have people war against the coming of Christ, like they tried to war against God, our God, at the Tower of Babel. Daniel seen this vision. They'll use policy and they'll speak peace when there is no peace. Now, remember when I told you all about all the money that was being spent? That now magically Trump and so-called Elon Musk has begun to expose? Folks, you got to look at the sleight of hand here. Number one, Elon Musk is put in position for the next monetary system through the banks to set forth the mark of the beast system. Okay?
Right.
Bill Gates have played his part. Bill Gates' part was making sure the stuff was in people who survived the diseases, that the bodies would be primed to receive the next level of technology. So if you can systematically, genetically intrude people under the guise of helping them with a disease, well, you can cultivate real experiments using people like it was in the days of Noah, changing them so that their body will not reject the next level of what? As in the days of Noah, when people were being changed into Nephilim. So you think you're getting stuff in your arm and all that can help you against something so that you don't get sick and all these others, not realizing you're being changed. So as far as I'm concerned, Gates is doing exactly what he was put in position to do, and now they're tagging in Elon Musk for the final chapter. Now, in the interim, this is where the Gentiles come in. The Gentiles come in. Why? Because they're told we're at the very end. We can no longer hide the fact that these people are the children of God. The gig is up on Babylon. We're going to allow you to come in and take everything you can. Everything you can to leave the poor bare. So that now we can come in with the next system claiming that what? The treasury is bankrupt. There's no more money here. The immigrants came in and took everything, so now we must transition into a new system. They were invited in to rob the place so that the debt falls on us. Confusion and war against black Jews is the topic. Right? I didn't want to put the cart before the horse, but let me show you this real quick, just to, with a video real quick, fair use. Here's a video that came out from some climate change special interest guy. It so happens that he's LGBTQ when you do the research on this guy, if you want to call him that, who's bragging. Now there's a hidden camera. There's a hidden camera there, and he's having a good time drinking, probably think that he got a mark for tonight. Right? He done let his guard down. And out of nowhere, he tells this guy, what? Listen, that tell you what was going on with Biden right here. Biden was just being utilized while these guys was taking everything. Check out what he states. Fair use for educational purposes only.
It truly feels like we're on the Titanic and we're throwing like gold bars off the...
It truly feels we're on the Titanic. What is the Titanic? The Titanic is the sinking ship. That's America, folks. Babylon the Great is fallen, it's fallen. So they know America's fallen, right? He says we're throwing gold bars off the edge, which means when the Titanic hit, all the rich people were able to get grabs first, and all the riches they had in the safe was going to the rich, while the poor people and the workers would sink with the ship. Listen.
Where are the gold bars going to?
Where are the gold bars going to? Now, I have to do this because there's a lot of noise in the background. So the guy with the private camera is asking this guy from LGBTQ, right? I'm being YouTube friendly here. He's asking, well, where are the gold bars going? Now, folks, the gold bars is your tax money. The same time they're hiking up the price of everything. The same time they're still taking 25% of your money, you don't know where it's going. At the same time they're hiking up your rent and all that, and gas and all that. Right? They're talking about your money. So, where are the who are the gold bars going to? Non-profits, states, and tribes. So they'll come in under non-profits, a social program. They'll use a black face and claim it's for the inner city. Right? States and tribes, not the tribes of Israel. They're telling us that we can't identify as the tribes. These are enemy tribes, mercenary tribes from other countries being utilized and financed against us. I'm going to prove that in a moment. Non-profits, states, tribes are where your tax money's going to.
We gave them the money because it was harder. It was a government-run program.
We gave them the money because it was harder. Now check out the agency, folks. The Brent Efron Environmental Protection Agency. Doesn't that sound professional? A special advisor for implementation. We gave them the money because it was harder if it was a government-run program. So they must come in, they'll tell us in the neighborhood that these programs is to help our children. But we see the streets are still tore down. We see the same old junky neighborhoods not building unless they get rid of us and regentrify the area. Right? Now, folks, Democrat right here. If they take the money away, now this is why they shipped all the money away, the gold bars, your money. If they could take the money away, if Trump won. So they was trying to get in front of this before Trump and his men would, and his people, administration would what? Audit things and find out that they were redirecting the money to the outside of the United States. They could take the money away if Trump won because it was an insurance policy against Trump winning. Hold up, let me put it here so you can see it. It was an insurance. So if Kamala would have stayed there, then they wouldn't have had to move your money. At the same time, they're hiring all these foreign agents to audit you with the IRS, taxing you out of existence, taking all your jobs. because it was an insurance policy against Trump winning.
Because it was a insurance policy against Trump winning. Until the Trump people come in and tell us we can give our money.
Until the Trump people come in and tell us we can no longer give out money. Look at this.
I do environmental policy things.
Now he's actually telling you who he is. He's bragging because he probably think, he probably think he got somebody to take home tonight, right? And that's a whole nother conversation. I do environmental climate policy things. What climate? Is it climate for the weather, or is it the changing of people? Just asking. Based on some of the money I'm seeing you're spending it for in the other areas, the only change I'm seeing here is sex change. Fair use.
Really? Yeah. It's amazing. That stuff is here. I mean, like federal government climate things.
I mean, because I do federal government climate things. Well, I have been doing that, but that might change. He may switch to something else. It depends on where the next budget finances are going to. He said, I'm into other things, but that may change. I'll look at the next budgets that are coming out and see what new foundations we can create to steal money while our people suffer.
Right.
See, these people come straight out of college and watch the budgets that go directly into the government treasuries for each state. They're placed there to watch the money. Then they find ways of doing what? Launder the money out, claiming that it's going towards us in the community while our people suffer. While our people are getting put out in the streets. While the landlords are coming down on us. While they're taking vouchers. While they're saying we have to work. When we built the country and haven't got any level of reciprocity. And they gave it to these guys as the taskmasters to control the social programs over God's people.
Well, I have to get nice. That might change. Why? So
he says he might change his nonprofit because of Trump. Trump may come in and find out that we're siphoning money and laundering money, so I may have to change it to a different nonprofit program to help the children.
So amazing. So I do, the Inflation Reduction Act?
Yes.
Okay, Biden's climate law?
Yes.
Yeah. So I do IRA implementation. I work with Biden.
I work with Biden appointees. Now I have to go through this with you, and I'm glad it's written out, is because they're actually at this nightclub place. So he think he's on a date with someone who's interested, but really someone is getting key information on it.
Biden appointees. We've given out.
The money that we've given out tens of billions of dollars. Listen.
Biden appointees. We've given out tens of billions of dollars. Like the last year, we've given out $60 billion.
We've given out $50 billion. So while Biden was downstairs taking a nap playing with Cheerios, this is what was going on for 4 years. Counting Cheerios in the basement.
$50 million. $50 billion.
Yes, for climate things. So, to go work for one of these places, I think would be really cool.
What?
He says yes for climate things. He's just making it up as he go along. So to go work for one of these places, I think we'd be really cool. Like, I can hook you up with a job if you want. He flirting his position. Right?
What are the places that you've given them to?
It's only been a few weeks, so it's a little hard. But, like Green Bay. So,
we're giving it to green banks. So they're nonprofit institutions that are making it more financially feasible to build renewables.
So these are like nonprofit institutions that are like making it more financially feasible to build renewables, to do like climate projects. I do implementation now. So I do like how do you spend $100 billion? How do you make sure that like they're the proper, well, until recently, how do you make sure the proper like processes are in place to like prevent fraud and to prevent abuse and like ensure that like we are funding like good paying jobs. And that's where it starts. Now it's just how to get the money out as fast as possible before they come in and make it.
Oh, he said what? Now they know Trump is coming in. Now it's just how to get the money out as fast as possible before they come in and stop it all. And folks, I told y'all, folks, don't be looking at the transports and all this other. They want that news out there so that you can look on the surface and look the other way, while they're robbing all of you blind. All of that, folks, is just lights and glitter and noise to look the other way, while they're actually executing what they really put in place for, to make sure there's nothing left for the poor. Look at it. And guess what, folks? And that's why I say we got to get rid of all this crap that they put in front where you can't talk to people and accuse them for evil, because automatically, if you say something against this guy and what he's doing, automatically they're going to say you're homophobic. That's why, even just say if it's a black person, that's why I hate this race crap, how they're using it, because now if somebody's doing wrong, you can now deflect by saying, well, hold up, you're racist because I'm black. We need to get all that crap off the table. If a black person do wrong, he should be able, regardless of what he's dealing with, he should be able to get accused without standing behind what? A protective status.
Right.
If a black person doing wrong, he shouldn't be able to say, well, you're racist to get away. If a gay person is doing wrong, he shouldn't be able to say, well, hold up, you're homophobic and get away with the robbery. If a Jewish person is doing something wrong, he should be called out without him being able to say you're anti-Semitic. We need to get rid of all these political protecting statuses because robbers and evil people are hiding behind it. Now, if these were just people where they were being treated unjustly and it's proven that they are doing good, then of course, there's laws on the books to protect anyone from wrongdoing without there being a protective status that these people have been using to hide behind.
Before they come in and make it.
Really?
Yeah.
You can do that?
To an extent. Just like within yeah.
Why not?
He's talking about $50 billion, folks, and our people are suffering in these neighborhoods. Our sisters are getting put out. And he's laughing.
Because if it's not gonna basically that's where it all is now. I mean, now it all is like it truly feels like we're on the Titanic and we're throwing like blue cars off the.
It truly feels we're on the Titanic and we're throwing gold bars off the edge. Look at this. He's enjoying this, folks. It's sinking. And we're robbing the place before there's nothing left. Folks, they got the memo that there'll be nothing left here. That's why you got these strangers walking around, look like they just came directly out of an old Bruce Lee flick. Some from a village, you know, from the Han Dynasty. They were walking around with the full dojo joint on. And I'm like, yo, they come directly out of a damn Tibet temple? Who told them that the bank was open? And I'm looking at people, I'm like, yo, they still got sand on their feet with old sandals, just walking around, just looking around downtown. I'm like, yo, when were they going to give us the memo that the bank was open?
Right.
Does it really? It's gotta feel weird.
It's weird. I mean, it's not good vibes. It's not good. I mean, everyone's very fast.
Where the gold bar is going to?
Nonprofits, states.
They're going to nonprofits, states, tribes. I'm going to talk about those tribes in a minute. Cities.
Tribes, cities.
Anything like in the news that I would know of?
Not yet.
Like any organizations, like
They're all local. A lot of them are small, not like local nonprofits. It's like a big thing that most of the stuff we funded, but the thing that we haven't funded yet are like the local nonprofit program that's like, was going to be like a inter-Kamala Harris administration program. So now we're just like getting it as quick as possible.
right.
So they knew Kamala was going to lose, so they're going to loot the place, all the tax dollars, and get out as soon as possible. Right.
$250 billion.
No, it's like 2 billion at this point.
It's only $2 billion right now. But yeah, we got most of it. 90% is out.
We got most of it, like 90% is out.
Wow.
Now the only thing they needed was some our people going hard for the damn demo nuts so that these guys can rob people blind to leave the poor people with the debt.
Right.
And what happens if they try to stop it? They can't?
When they come in, they haven't gotten out the door, they can stop it.
He said if they come in and we haven't gotten out of the door, they can stop it. This was before the audit, folks. This video was 2 months ago. 2 months ago before the audit, they knew to get the money up out of there.
Yeah, like 2 months. If they don't get it out by a certain date, what's that date?
It's the inauguration, the 2020. It's on the 20th of January.
We must get the money out before the inauguration. This is when they figured out that Kamala wasn't going, the East Indian, the Hindu wasn't going to win.
Yeah, you can write down in a minute.
It's about to like a little after, yeah, it's basically
Hey, throw a couple billion here or there.
It's until the Trump people come in and tell us we can give up money.
Wow.
So
Now, elder lawyer, I need y'all to check this out now. Because no one is actually looking. Through their policy, they shall destroy many. We were told that, they weren't going to let anybody in. It's about keeping the migrants out. But no. They're not finished. They're not finished the robbery. All these people from those other religions from the Tower of Babel are coming in for the last grab. But they'll just have, the big corporation on the outside of the country must pay a price to be able to take full advantage of the slaves left in Babylon. So the people from Dubai, the high sheiks and the great rich sheiks from over the Middle East, the Arab people that's in position, high billionaires, folks, they're going to have access to America through not a green card, but a gold card. So did immigration stop? Or are they bringing in the top masters to finish? Because when these other corporations come in, they're the people that's going to hire all the immigrants that was sent before Trump was put in position to build what's left for them without Judah. So they had to let the workers in first. Right? And now here comes Trump to manage this by bringing in the corporations who will hire those workers. Everything I told you last summer. It's dropping, folks, it's dropping exactly like I told you it was going to happen. As if I was in these meetings. No, I wasn't. It was in here. The policy. I'm going to show you their policy. If you got the Bible, you're in their meetings. You know what comes next. Now listen to this.
Mr. President, about the Trump gold card idea.
Yeah. I hope you like it.
I wait more information.
Okay, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to put it here through the screen. Maybe you all can hear it a little clearer if I put it through the screen, okay? Now, a lot of our people aren't paying attention because right now on TV, they got everyone on MSNBC, CNN talking about Elon Musk. See, that's a distraction so that you'll ignore what's going on right here with the business of Babylon. With the business of Babylon. See? They want you to look at it. Oh, Elon Musk, he's doing it the wrong way and he ain't supposed to do it this way. Elon Musk is a distraction right now while they do this.
Mr. President, about the Trump gold card idea
Yeah.
that you unveiled yesterday.
I hope you like it.
I wait more information.
About the Trump gold card yesterday. He says, I hope you like it.
The question is, does this reflect a view on your part that the American immigration system has never been properly monetized as you feel it should be?
Well, not so much monetized. It hasn't been properly run. I get calls from, as an example, companies where they want to hire the #1 student at a school. A person comes from India, China, Japan, lots of different places, and they go to
India, China, Japan. Wasn't we just complaining about them bringing in these people?
Harvard, the Wharton School of Finance, they go to Yale, they go to all great schools, and they graduate #1 in their class, and they're made job offers, but the offer is immediately rescinded because you have no idea whether or not that person can stay in the country. I want to be able to have that person stay in the country. These companies can go and buy.
I want that person to do what? I thought you wanted them out of the country.
Whether or not that person can stay in the country. I want to be able to have that person stay in the country. These companies can go and buy a gold card.
So now the company who sent their people can now, under Trump administration, buy a gold card. So instead of these people, Elder Lawyer, having green cards, if the company that hires them pay for a gold card, they can work under that status.
Right.
See that? Listen.
And they can use it as a matter of recruitment. At the same time, the company is using that money to pay down debt. We're going to pay down a lot of debt with that. And I think the gold card is going to be used by not only for that. I mean, it'll be used by companies. I mean, I could see Apple. I've spoken with Tim Cook, and by the way, he's going to make a $500 billion investment in the country only because of the results of the election. And I think because of tariffs. He's going to want to be in the country because of tariffs. Because if you're in the country, there is no tariff. If you're out of the country, you got to pay tariffs. And it's going to be a great investment, I think, that he's making. I know it's going to be a great investment. But we have to be able to get people in the country, and we want people that are productive people. And I will tell you, the people that can pay $5 million, they're going to create jobs. They're going to spend a lot of money on jobs. They're going to have to pay taxes on that too. So they're going to be hiring people. They're going to be bringing people in and companies in. And I don't know, maybe it will sell like crazy. I happen to think it's going to sell like crazy. It's a bargain. But we'll know fairly soon. I think Howard and Scott, a few of you really are responsible for it. But Howard, if you want to discuss that for a couple of minutes, I think I'd like to have you. I think it's going to be a very successful program. This is commerce.
So the EB-5 program, which has been around for many years, had investment of $1 million into projects in America. And those projects were often suspect, they didn't really work out, there wasn't any oversight of it. And so for $1 million investment, you got a visa and then you came into the country and ended up with a green card. So it was poorly overseen, poorly executed. Then you had a border open where millions of people came through. So the idea is we will have a proper business. We will modify the EB-5 agreement. Christy and I are working on it together. For $5 million, they'll get a license from the Department of Commerce. Then they'll make a proper investment on the EB-5, right? And we think Scott and I will design the EB-5 investment model because Scott and I are the best people together to do that. So this is joint. This is exactly the Trump administration. We all work together. We work it out to be the best. And if we sell, just remember, 200,000. There's a line for EB-5 of 250,000 right now.
250,000 rich businessmen, Gentile businessmen in China, Asia, the Middle East, as well as India. They already got 250,000, that's right, in line waiting for this, to run all the corporations or the building in America going forward throughout the United States.
200,000 of these gold green cards is $1 trillion to pay down our debt. And that's why the president is doing it, because we are going to balance this budget and we are going to pay off the debt under President Trump.
Now they're claiming, Elder Lawyer, that they're going to pay off the debt. But if you bring in these people who become the new taskmasters, who have what? Racist tendencies for thousands of for hundreds of years, if not thousands of years, against our people. What would be the sentiments of hiring us once they pay for these gold cards and become the taskmasters here? They'll only hire the people they sent before Trump was elected, barring out our people financially. Now that's one side. That's all of them coming at the very end, circling in Babylon to take what's left. And then after which the Bible tell you what's going to happen, right? Elder Lawyer, if you will, let's now go to the book of Isaiah, the 13th chapter. The 13th chapter. I'm going to show you what's happening next, folks. Follow us blow by blow here. Now, let's go to Isaiah, the 13th chapter. If you haven't already, brothers and sisters, please hit the like button for me if you haven't already. I really appreciate it. Let's go to Isaiah 13, and then I'm going to break it down. That's the Gentiles planning against us. Now, I'm going to take it on the next level, Elder. The infighting amongst Israel, the children of Israel. How we're all jockeying against one another for a position above one another when the Gentiles are planning to destroy us all. I'm going to go into that.
Right.
Let's now go to Elder Lawyer, Isaiah 13 real quick.
Yes, sir.
Isaiah 13, and let's go at 14. And you know what? I'm going to need some honest dialogue tonight when it comes to our people. The Gentiles are going to do what they're going to do. But I want some honest dialogue amongst us tonight. Isaiah 13 and 14 reads what? Read it, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. Isaiah 13, verse 14. And it shall be as the chaste roe, and as a sheep that no man taketh up. They shall every man turn to his own people, and flee everyone into his own land.
So what happens next? It's enough they've bankrupted the country by bringing the people in to stress all of the programs our hard work, our blood, sweat, and tears with warfare have built to make the country what it is today. So they robbing all of the treasury of Social Security, veteran money, you name it. That's why they put all these people from other countries on the programs. And then the corporations is coming in to bring their own business to take what's left so that they now have no recourse but to switch the to an electronic system after the economy goes belly up. So they're going to take all the money that's left And the Bible tell you, all these strangers, they're not going to stay here. Once the gig is up, once the door is closed and the money is taken and there's nothing left for the poor, they shall every man turn to his own people and flee everyone into his own land. They're going back home, folks, and leave Babylon destitute and broke. And this is why, I don't know if y'all looking, if you go into your banks, you'll recognize that there's nothing but foreigners from East India, different parts of Europe, Eastern Europe, running your banks. Go into your banks and check out how they move the sisters out of the way and move all foreigners as tellers. And what is this for, folks? When they began to mess around with the money in the bank, you're going to have some people there who's used to treating our people a certain type of way where they're from. I'm going to tell you where it's going. I'm going to tell you where it's going. They're going to rob everything and they're going to take the money back. And at the same time, the news is going to be talking about we're in a recession, the economy. Now, mind you, folks, Elder, 2 to 3 months, they were telling us how great the economy was. The economy was fine, even though, right, a block of cheese was $9. Right. But they're telling us, they continue telling us how great the economy is doing. But now the demo nuts are now talking about, hey, we're going into a recession here. Now, why did they ramp this up? And what do it means by when I say Babylon, title this, Confusion and Wars? Confusion and Wars against black Jews. Why is it titled that? I'm going to show you in a moment what they knew. And because of what they knew, they had to prep and get all of those nations together like it was at the Tower of Babel to come against Judah at the very end. If you don't know, if you want to find out how all this culminate into a crescendo, hold tight and I'm coming back with the proof. I got a new book. Wait till I tell you how much this book costs. Hold tight, and I'm going to give y'all a few pages out of it, even though I'm going into it in the academy with the split between Israel and Judah. I'm going to show you why they've always leveraged against Judah. Be it the Egyptians looking to destroy the men, the Romans tried to destroy Christ and wanted to kill the babies. They're trying to push that on us right now. I'm going to show you why they're all rallying together and why they came up with that bogus black and brown coalition to undermine and to kill our people before it's over. Hold tight, and I'll be right back. Hit the like button. You don't want to miss this information.
The Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding Him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book. truly will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy, you're invited.
Hebrew and Bible Academy, you are invited. All right, let me give you all an update on the Academy a little later, but let me jump right in. All praises be to the Most High. We have a serious discussion tonight that can quantify the policy against the children of Israel. The title of this is Babylon, which is confusion. They distract us with confusion while they attack us through policy. Confusion and war, and it's really, this war is against the black Jews. That's just not my word. That's not my opinion. I have a book here. This book, the Babson College Library, that was founded in 1919. Y'all can see that. Founded in 1919. Now, there's much detail I have with this book and another book that I have that's from the 1600s that I'm going to show in this academy. But this is from the New York, it was pressed in New York, Random House. The Negroes and the Jews. The Negroes and the Jews. Now, man, I had to pay Elder Lawyer after taxes. To get the original print, I had to spend almost $1,000 for this book. And I've been waiting for it. Some places, Elder Lawyer, some places, $3,400 for the book. If you want the original book. So this is going into the details of when they began to plan against us after we came from the South, the flight from the South into the inner cities. You notice we moved into all the areas that were once populated by Jewish people. Well,
right.
Something was going on after World War I and World War II. What was going on was a serious awakening was going on amongst our people. We started to figure out in number that there could be something to us being black Jews. Right? And it was at the same time, right after World War II, they were seeking through the media to give sentiments towards another oppressed group that was oppressed from the outside of the United States. Through Germany in World War II and what happened, what the history they claim happened with the Jewish people. Now, granted, that was over there. We were getting oppressed by them over here. So the media had to create sentiments where, at least through the media, it would seem that the oppression would be even. Where now, if our people started stating about whites, be it Jews or not, that had a hand in our slavery, they could always point back to what happened over there, an oppression with white people we had nothing to do with, to leverage off us politically and stifle our stance when it comes to receiving what we should receive for the oppression that was done here in America. Right? Now, the lawyer, I'm only going to pull out a little bit of this book, and I'm going to show people why they are shaping policy by bringing in strangers to rip us apart financially now. Right? Let me go here. Right? I need y'all to look at this. I'm on page 212 of the book. The Negroes and Jews. Look what it states here, what we were going through, folks. It shows you the relationship between the black Jews and the European Jews. Negroes claim to be Jewish is legitimate. Hold up. Let me reemphasize that. Hold up now. It's in the book. Let me blow it up here. Hold on. Let me blow it up. Negroes claim to be Jews or Jewish is legitimate. Listen to this. The land of Israel is located in Western Asia and borders on North Africa. All of the native, now, Lenora Burson is the author. Lenora Burson. The land of Israel is located in Western Asia and borders on North Africa. All of the native inhabitants of that region were non-white. When Spain expelled its Jews in 1492, many of them went to Africa. It seems probable that some of them were brought later to America as slaves. The spirituals never sing of African rivers. Don't you all know, folks, I quoted this almost last week when I broke down Psalms 137. Don't you think it's ironic that when we came over as slaves, we wasn't singing about the Nile River or anything in Africa? It seems probable that some of them were brought later to America as slaves. The spirituals never sing of African rivers. It's always the Jordan or the Red Sea. They don't sing about African chiefs or kings. It's David or Moses or some other Jewish characters from the Bible. 10 years after Respit's self-conversion, his congregation was torn by dissension of militant black nationalism in the guise of the Black Muslim movement in 1958. Folks, they brought in the Black Muslim movement as a way of social warfare to break us out of the Bible, to misdirect this awakening. They brought in Elijah Muhammad and all of that under black nationalism to undermine what they couldn't refute historically. They wanted us to lean towards Arabs because they knew if they didn't have the Nation of Islam and all of that, that I'm telling you right now, all the people in the church would have cleaved to this understanding. So they brought in the Nation of Islam to run interference, knowing that they were bringing the Arabs behind the Nation of Islam to undermine us under the black and brown coalition, to keep us in control and to take all of the money out of our communities to control us as taskmasters. They was using the Nation of Islam as a gateway or a doorway to have the Arabs who've enslaved us in the past to do it again within the black community. Your black and brown coalition. And once we were able to let the Arabs in, then everyone else would just filter in. East Indians and everyone else. To stifle the understanding our people were coming to. Even in the 40s and 50s, we knew we were Israelites. And it was in their records. I have the book. I got the book in front of you. Listen to this. In 1958, long before black nationalism surfaced into white world visibility, it had exploded into the consciousness of the black ghetto dweller. Referring to this split, Respit says some of the dissenters were racist. They said I wasn't moving fast enough on the race question. So they tried to stifle what? They try to stifle the scholarship of just dealing with the facts. Right? They wanted to stifle it. Why? I'm going to tell you why. They didn't want people to teach of Israel unless they were going to do it with some level of hate, where now the Jewish people can show themselves as victims. See? The white man can become a victim now, and now they can have recourse. So they didn't accept the scholarship way because it wasn't what? It wasn't provocative enough. But imagine the power of Martin Luther King's movement if he was nonviolent, didn't hate anyone, but yet taught the information you're seeing in this book right now. So they was agitating people. They were trying to force black people into being racist so that now they could be demonized, marginalized, and talked down by the what? By the media as racist. See? Like they did the Nation of Islam. So this knowledge was always there. But they got in the way by pushing and promoting black nationalism. Folks, hence the reason, this is the reason, folks. This is the reason they had Farrakhan on the Phil Donahue show. Not that it wasn't about agreeing or disagreeing. They wanted that brand of teaching, even though it was truth, to be the representation of the movement so it could be demonized through racism. They rather give that a presence. That's why they had, when I was there, Israeli Church of UPK with Sharia Allah and others on the Montel Williams show. See? Because that's the brand they wanted publicized. Because if you come with scholarship, they feared the Christians, the black Christians, would cleave to the information if there wasn't anything racist attached to it. So they put them out there to dissuade Christians, to keep Christians saying, well, listen, I'd rather be here than deal with these crazies. Right? There's more. That's why scholarship should be used with feelings aside. The teachings of Christ should be used. Right? Now check this out. It says, referring to this split, Respis said some of the dissenters were racist. They said I wasn't moving fast enough on the race question. They claimed I was being paid by the white man to keep things quiet. Oh, because he didn't want to be radical or show hatred. Right? Instead of being wise as a serpent, harmless as a dove. If you go in the right spirit with scholarship, they would never put you before the public unless they can make a mockery out of you or disprove your scholarship. See? You let CNN or somebody else let us on one of their broadcasts. And now, guess what? Not only Israelites will be looking to get baptized. Okay? Right? Now listen, losing black nationalist members was not, however, the only problem to plague Rabbi Respis. He was also forced to contend with a rising tide of anti-Jewish sentiment. These feelings were fed by the fact that in North Philadelphia, this is where we were raised, many of the white landlords, shopkeepers, pawnbrokers, constables were Jews, as were many in white teachers, doctors, and social workers. Most Negroes resented the Jews, whom they believe alternately repressed them and offered them charity. Assuming that Respis had been attracted to Judaism because of the power structure from the vantage point seemed Jewish, Negroes were angered by what they considered to be his betrayal. The neighbors at 17th and Girard It's crazy, Elder, because our church on Stiles Street, where we first began, was only 2 blocks away from here. It was not 1 block away from here.
Right.
17th and Girard in North Philadelphia, we had our first temple where unfriendly respite called. They used to shout out at our children and call us N-word Jews. So even back then, they were being recognized as Jews amongst Jewish people. Now, there's more. I just wanted to pull this out. There's way more in the book that I'm going to deal with in the academy. But why am I bringing this book out? Why do you think this book almost cost $3,000 to purchase? I also happened to find it under $1,000. They were shaping policy the whole time to suppress the fact that we are Israelites. That's what their policy is about. Their policy, once we figure it out, they want to bring in other taskmasters to keep us oppressed, like we were in Egypt. Because the whole pyramid scheme is built off what? The floor of the pyramid. The floor of the pyramid was always the children of Israel. So now Judah rises up. And we began to speak against injustice. Right? And that brings me here. Elder. A brother, I did something last week where I said they'll leverage religion, COINTELPRO against Judah because they understand the power of Judah. Why? We're different. And the Most High made us different. I'm going to show you how we're different. We embraced everyone like family. I don't know whether or not it's our upbringing up in church down south. It's just that's how we are. We were always this way. We always felt rejected, so any opportunity that would arise to help our fellow people, we would just do this because we were raised just to be hospitable and accept anyone. But then I started to realize, and this is why the Lord said certain things in the Bible, all of us aren't that way or weren't that way amongst the 12 tribes of Israel. Why am I saying this? In immigration, it tells us a lot. I said last week that a lot of these people they're letting over, even if it be from our brothers who are from the 12 tribes, Esau will only use them if they can leverage our people or the people from the outside who's from Jacob, if they can leverage them against Judah. And I put that out there, and thank you, David Martinez. It was a brother here. And maybe God, you want to come in and talk about this if he's out there. He left a message on YouTube that I have to read. When I talk about how they let people over if they have a negative sentiment against Judah, against us. David Martinez wrote almost 24 hours ago a comment. He wrote, "Great lesson. My parents are both from Honduras. An elder is on point. They are brought up to think in these manners and don't know any better. I also believe that a couple of years back, they removed from the race section the Hispanic Latino option and forced us to choose under white. So his parents told him, listen, if you're going to fill out things, don't put who you are. Say you are white people. And I'm going to show you how dangerous this is politically. And we didn't know. We didn't know here in America that other people were coming in, identifying themselves under a white class. We had no idea. It's just recent we started figuring this out. Not that we mind. You can classify as anything you want. But I'm going to show you the politics to undermine us that's behind this. The Hispanic Latino option enforced us to choose under white. I always put indigenous, laughing out loud, but yeah, all praises be to the Most High. Hopefully we can put differences to the side and unite as the children of Israel again. Hand claps. So imagine being brought into a country as a child, telling your children, stay away from those people from the gate, and then tell them to get a privilege over the people who built the country. You need to identify as white. Now, why is this dangerous politically? Now, what I didn't know, that even Africans from Eastern Africa, people from India, can classify themselves as white. Blowing me away, right? I'm like, well, hold up. The Bible says that they should destroy the people through their policy. Now, why is this dangerous, folks? Well, money allocation through your budget is allocated based on group. And if there's a fictitious number out there concerning white people as the majority when they really aren't, the majority of the budget will go to them, even though there's more of us, and will continue at the bottom suffering based off of the paperwork. They'll only allocate based on the groups they're allocating to. See? And if they can keep us at 13 to 15%, even though there's much more, as the prices rise on everything, when the budgets come, all the money is allocated to the majority class. And what's deep about it is, even though you have identified as white, you don't get that money. They still classify you as a minority and put you in the class with the black and brown coalition, stealing from you too, just using you as leverage so that we don't get anything. They'll do that to spite Judah. Now you see why they don't want us to deal with policy and understand how policy works. You'll start giving an account or asking for an account of your money. How is it I'm paying all these taxes and everybody else can come from nowhere, straight off a camel, and leapfrog us economically in a country our foreparents built? It's systematic. They don't want you to think politically. They just want you to do what? They want the only thing they need you to think about is whether or not the other guy is racist. And make decisions strictly off of emotions, not realizing you're being undermined. That's just one level, Elder. Now I got to talk about, and shout out to my brother from the same mother, Philip Scott. Sometime when other people come over, our own brothers, be it Benjamin, be it Levi, be it from Africa, they'll come over with a what? They'll come over with a preconception, a perception that's out there, a trope that we must destroy. And I'm going to talk about this. This is why the Bible told us this in the book of Zechariah. And you have to understand, I'm putting this out there, not that I feel a certain type of way. We're fine. We know as long as we do good by others, the Most High will return that in kind through blessings. I'm putting this out there because a lot of us aren't even aware of our prejudice against one another. And it's time for us to break that spirit, knowing that we have. Right? Let me put this out there real quick. And I want to know honestly, in an honest conversation, whether or not there's perceptions like this out there. Fair use. We go straight here. JBL.
I've been in this car for 50 minutes. When have you respected me as a passenger? When? I got in here, I asked you, can you turn your music down? You turned it up even more.
So the sister, she's upset, right? She's out of her spirit right now because she asked him, can you please turn the music down? And when our sisters get turned up, they get turned up. But let's keep it going. Now the brother driving her, even though, he shouldn't be going back and forth like that, find a way to make the peace. I would have just turned my radio down. But he responded back with, you're entitled. Now, obviously the brother's from another place, probably the Caribbean or whatever. He could be from Africa. I don't know. I didn't make out the accent. But he responds to her not with, I apologize, let me turn the radio down. You're entitled.
Feel entitled because I'm a passenger.
You're a passenger, but this
and this is your job.
It's not my job.
It's your job.
It's my car.
I
can take out of the car anytime I want to.
Guess what?
I don't work for anybody.
Then you do whatever you need to do.
I don't work for anybody. I work for myself.
Okay. Keep it.
I can keep it out. It's my car.
Please, no words. Don't worry me her, please. Just go. Go like
You black Americans, you're so entitled. Over what?
You black Americans, you are so entitled. He says, you black Americans, Judah, you are so entitled. Now let me ask, is that the perception of Judah from the outside of America? Entitled? Where everyone can come from every place else and leapfrog us, and they'll intentionally give it to everyone else except the people who built the country. And they'll make you think that we had the same opportunity to come up as it was when you came and got something. When other people aren't blocked, when they automatically leverage off even our own people against us when they travel in as strangers. They use people to leverage off against Judah. Let me educate you here on why. You think our people are poor and suffering because we want to be? So you'll come over and get an opportunity with these grants and all these others and work hard. No one is, casting aspersion on there. You should be able to adjust, wait for a just measure if you work. But you think our people want to be poor and not have anything? And right. That's what they think. They think that, okay, if I can come over here and get it, why can't you? Because you can go to the same bank and they'll see you from somewhere else. They'll give it to you before Judah. And I'm going to tell you why. They have no leverage over us. We've always fought against them. And they know there's no other place we can go because we built this country and we'll fight for our livelihood against them. And they can't leverage a green card and they can't leverage citizenship over us. So they would rather give it to someone else because they have leverage and they're leveraging one off against the other. And we're too tribal minded and selfish minded to understand that. We'll look at it and say, man, I came here and was able to do this like that. And these black people just sitting around and all the opportunities there. You think it's like that? Mm. And it's not to say, let me tell you. I didn't want to tell you about a lawyer's mama. You never seen a time your mother wasn't working, lawyer?
Yes, sir. She's still working, so she's probably working right now as we speak.
Hard work.
Yes, sir.
But no one highlights the hard workers, because you know what? We don't wear that on our sleeves. We just do what we need to do without leveraging and putting it before everybody and saying, look at me. And we're willing to share it once we get it. There's a poor area or poor amongst any people.
Right.
I would never go.
Exactly.
I love my people. I would never go to Jamaica and see the poor part of, and I know there's rich people in Jamaica, but I wouldn't look at my brothers in Benjamin and say, look at you. You're lazy. You feel entitled. You should be doing something. No. I would never do that. I would try to pick them up. And I wouldn't disrespect them on the soil they fought. They fought and bled for their children on. And laid out what? A space for me to visit my brother. In full respect. I have to respect the ground they laid for me to walk on. The ground they've paved for me to come and visit. And I'm going to tell you, we got to break this thing where we're looking down on other people because it gives us some type of leverage with the enemy who's seeking to destroy us all. So any mind, this tribal mind, we got to kill this crap, man. I went over into England. They embraced me, Benjamin, like family. I embrace them till this day. There's never a day if I have something that they'll always have something. Can you imagine me going over to the UK and talking down on them, knowing that their people have suffered and I know historically what they've gone through?
Right.
So for this guy to come where we are and call us entitled, you don't, and this, I'm going to tell you, this is why God said he must do this in the Bible. Let's go to Zechariah 12. Elder Lawyer, I thought I was going to be here for 2 hours. I'll tell you this. Anyway.
Yes, sir. Never happens like that. Spirit flows, so we gotta float the spirit.
Yeah. I said, you know what? I'm gonna do something quick. Go and have the rest of my dinner, but the spirit of the Almighty, because it's time for us to break this spirit, because the enemy don't operate like that.
God.
The enemy, no matter where they're from, when they come together, they work together. It doesn't matter. If Ukrainian come over here, he linked directly with the so-called white man as if they were always lockstep.
Mm-hmm.
When a Russian come over here, even though it's supposed to be a division against Russia and America, and they'll be right there together as white people, operating together against us. An Asian man can come over here. He's not even from the same place in China. He could be from the city part, and another person can be from the village. And they'll come over here, and they'll be one.
Mm-hmm.
We come.
Check this out.
Go ahead.
Yeah, check this out. One quick point on that. Not only can they be from different places, they can be enemies in the place they come from. But they'll come here and be friends for the sake of prospering above us.
Yeah. So anytime they come over here and get leverage, what people don't understand, Lawyer, is where those finances come from that allow them to get leverage against us. Okay? If you're capitalizing off of the people who laid the groundwork and went to every war and fought for you to come beside us to unite against the enemy who've been destroying us, only for you to side with the enemy and call us lazy and entitled, it's disrespectful and it's dishonorable. And it's deep that Judah don't have a spirit like that. It's not innocent, which is hospitable. There's no way I can think to go into somebody's where they live and talk down on the people, knowing what our people have suffered everywhere.
Right.
And I'm not saying our people are all that, or the sister probably was disrespectful in a certain manner, but I'm listening to the responses. Because let me tell you, sometimes we go off because we can feel when someone is just dealing with a certain level of hatred, which is unnecessary. Where's the love? I mean, and I'll be checking out Judah. Judah will go to Ghana seeking love. Judah will go to Jamaica to see if I can get my groove back. Judah go here, Judah go there, just to be loved, just to be embraced, only to be looked upon as some wicked stepchild. And the Most High is going to break all that. This is what the Bible says this in the book of Zechariah. It's a shame that parents will come with their children and automatically poison their children against us before we had an opportunity just to show who we are. Man, I grew up 15th and Diamond. I used to go down Lehigh Avenue where it was nothing but the bodegas, where Simeon was, Puerto Ricans was. And let me tell you, we would dance, sing, we would operate together. And man, let me tell you, no one could tell me, even back then before I knew I was Israel, no one could claim no one can tell me that they weren't my brother. Mm-hmm. And you can tell that sometimes there was this thing at first before the ice was broken. But once we got a chance to play basketball together and hang out together, come on my house, you know what I mean? Whatever the case is, my mother would cook. They'd be like, man. They would look at me and be like, man, your house ain't no different than my house. I don't know why I had this misconception. And they would stay at my house more so than I would go of their house. Parents be poisoning their children, man. I'll tell you what, get some privilege. Make sure you put white on your application, not realizing you're undermining not only your brother, but you're disrespecting and dishonoring your people, your family. For what? For some shekels? For a few dollars? That's why the Bible said this. And the Most High knew it would be this way because what? Through all of that, Judah got to fight through all adversity and still love, because we must stand as a lion to do what? To actually sound the trumpet, to bring the 12 tribes together, regardless of the differences. If we don't come together, we're all in that corner I mentioned earlier where the enemy have surrounded us and have stolen from us economically and are looking to take us out. So if we don't stop the infighting, it's going to be the end of so many people. The East Indians coming over here, you think they're going to save you? What about the Asians coming over here? Trump is giving out gold cards right now. These gold cards are for the corporations to come and bring in jobs to hire all of their people who they sent in advance under Biden. And another thing I don't like when it's a situation where we're so impatient and disgruntled with one another that automatically, if it's something that our people are running, or that our people have invested in, we automatically look at it like, you know what? I'm not going to support that because I know I'm not going to get the same service as if I went someplace else. We're going to have to up that too. We're going to have to up our decorum. If we are the children of God, which is mean the Prince of the Almighty, if we're going to do business, we got to be able to compete or be better than they are, to where our people can support it and not look to be discouraged supporting our own people. Now that's what true children of God are. They present what? They present the kingdom with high decorum, high quality, and respect, especially for their own people. Okay? Not know anything for your own people, but just make sure it's right when someone else walks in the door. Let's read it real quick. Zechariah 12:7.
Yes, sir. Zechariah 12:7.
Okay, let me get it.
The Lord. Yes, sir.
That's why the Most High said this. Read it.
The Lord shall also save the tents of Judah first.
He shall save the tents of Judah first. That means the Most High must protect Judah. Why? Because everyone else has become tribal and only care about themselves. And someone is asking, someone sent a message, and why I say I'm going to respond tonight on that. Why did it seem like black people or Judah, who's calling themselves FBA, are pointing out and seem like there's a division between us and the other tribes in America now? It's becoming a thing. And I said, this is why. It's becoming a thing because we didn't know that we were being viewed negatively by the people we bled for, that we fought for. We didn't know that we had to fend against the enemy, and our own people who we thought would unite with us would come over here to side with the enemy that have always destroyed us. So Judah is now speaking out of self-preservation. The Lord also shall save the tents of Judah first. Read.
That the glory of the house of David and the glory of the inhabitants of Jerusalem do not magnify themselves against Judah.
Because if he don't save Judah first, all the other tribes, because they're so used to operating together, would come together and destroy Judah. They'll see an opportunity. They'll come where Judah is and say, you know what, that opportunity is mine. I'll step over Judah's head to get it too. So the Most High had to say something like, hold up, Judah. You know that you don't have to, it's not just the enemy you got to worry about. You gotta let your people know when they're being leveraged by the enemy against their own brothers and sisters. Because sometimes we do it without even recognizing it. Okay? Some people say, well, listen, I'm just here for an opportunity. Opportunity at the expense and the destruction of your own family? There is no opportunity for Judah unless we all can have an opportunity. And that's why the Most High said that he have to save Judah first, because everyone else have been programmed or taught where they're from to be tribal. Like, no, there's no tribal for us. We're together. We're the 12 tribes of Israel. And we must stand together. And not only that, we must become mindful when we begin to deal with those stereotypes that was ingrained in us through our parents who knew no better. Who made you feel that you need to become what? Racist or even colorist against your own people. When Esau, I'm talking about the enemy, the top dog. I'm talking about people who's conspiring against you. Let me tell you, folks, they'll use any level of warfare if it means dividing us. So I wanted to bring that out there. That the tents of Judah first, of the glory of the house, because each tribe, if they weren't careful, they would come over and come together and say, you know what? Let me get in city council and make a way for my people coming over, and let's destroy Judah. If there's an opportunity, of course I'm going to just subconsciously think of the people who came up with me first, without even understanding how many people that's Judah, you're taking something from. It's time for us to put everything together and work together, because the enemy has begun to pull out all the stops and the bank is closed. So we're gonna need decorum and respect amongst one another to make it through. And I believe the Most High is forcing us to that position, to where
Exactly.
if Israel, if y'all cannot survive together, you're gonna die together. And that's why I brought out the confusion and wars against the black Jews. They have books out there that they won't even allow you to get there so high, stating what they feared decades ago. They even came up with the black Jews, not the black Jews, the black Islam nationalistic thing. They financed that so they can stop the conversation of our people claiming to be Jews back then. You all right? Elder Lawyer, anything before I open up the
No, sir. Let's go straight to the calls.
Right? And obviously, eventually, the Most High said we would overcome this curse. We would overcome the curse in Ezekiel 37, where it says that we wouldn't vex each other. We wouldn't hate each other anymore. And I believe we're coming into that time. But brothers and sisters, I'm going to tell you what it's going to take too. It's going to take us checking one another. If a Levite or a brother or sister that came from Africa or different parts, or come from Haiti, you hear one of our brothers getting out of line against Judah, and Judah the same way against them, you're going to have to check them at the gate. You have to start checking Levi and checking them and saying, hold up. You got a lot of nerve talking down on the people in a country they built with their own blood, only to give you an opportunity through legislation we fought for you to be over here getting an opportunity. It's called respect. And because a lot of people aren't educated to how we've gotten here, they're operating in ignorance. And the enemy have been using that as leverage so that we can be against one another. They'll teach you, oh man, they lazy over there in America, man. The opportunities here, they ain't going. No, we're not lazy. You're not going to just pay us peanuts, and you're not going to hold a green card over us. You're going to give me what I'm working for. That's the difference. You can't threaten me with some type of expulsion. But they'll tell other people that. Man, they just don't want to do it. Man, who's gonna mow our lawns? Who's gonna pick our cherries? Who's gonna pick our fruit? Oh, the same thing those Democrats said before they abolished slavery. Woo! This is gonna be a deep year. It's gonna be a deep, deep year. But I thank the Most High for the truth, for perseverance, for patience, and the love, because guess what? I believe with the correction comes the healing and a mutual respect for one another. That's all we can expect at the end of the day. We have this low-level resentment for each other and don't even realize why it's there. And we have to see the Christ and the anointed spirit that's in God's people. And if we can just respect that, I believe that will unite us to go a long way to battle against this enemy that's coming. Well, that's it for my 2 hours. I see. Let's go. I got some announcements, but before I do my announcements, we got to stand together and stop hating one another. All right. If anyone have anything to say on this, here's an opportunity. I've opened up the Zoom. Thank you, Elder Iraq, and thank you, Dell, for moderating. And another thing, when they were able to infiltrate us by putting notoriety behind the Nation of Islam, that opened the door for the Arabs to come through and take all the nonprofit money out of our communities and build mosques against our core belief in God in the Bible. Spiritual warfare. And Amalek, the synagogue of Satan, they the ones financed the Arabs to come in under the black and brown coalition. In our communities, there shouldn't be one mosque in our community, folks. Not one. Arabs shouldn't be able to teach us anything with the history they have of killing our people since the inception of Islam. And I'm going to be talking about that in the academy. You go over into the Middle East and try to set you up a black church and see what happens. They'll string you up from a pole. And you will become a pinata. That's what happens over there. Because they understand when you put up something religious, you're staking a religious territory against the God they serve. We're the only people that allow this madness to happen. You go into a Hasidic or a Jewish community and you show me where their mosques at. You know you're infiltrated when the Muslims start bringing their people over and they got a country already. And then they'll come in with a non-profit and take the money right from up under us. And we sitting there talking about Assalamu alaikum. Don't you know when you've been infiltrated? Wondering where all my money go? Why am I suffering? You allow the Arabs to come over and become a minority, and guess what? They teach their children out of college where to get the grants and the money that's allocated for your area every year. You don't even know about the money that belongs to you because the Arabs are there from another country. Assalamu alaikum, brother. You want to rub? How about some frankincense and myrrh? Our people better wake up, man. If anybody would like to come in, I'll give you a couple of seconds. Through policy, they shall destroy many. All right, we have, when you come in, please make sure the volume is turned off on YouTube. Please make sure the volume is turned off on YouTube and that you click the audio device. Just say that you want this audio device. You want the audio on as you come in, okay? Let's see here. Zoom. Zoom meeting. All right, let me bring you in. It says Quadidra. After that, I'm gonna bring in Hayaman. Do me a favor, Quadidra. Unmute your mic.
Yes.
How are you doing?
You can hear me?
Yes. Do you want to be on? I tell you what, you don't have to be on. I could do it just with your voice. Talk to me.
Okay.
What say you? What say you on the topic?
Me and my husband. Let me turn it down for a sec.
Yeah,
Hold on one sec.
turn down YouTube, please.
Okay. Okay. Hi, Elder. How you doing?
What happened to your volume?
Oh, turned it up.
Okay, it's good now. Talk to me now. Stop moving the camera all around. You're all around the place. Talk to me.
Sorry. Me and my husband, I was gonna get the phone to my husband. I just wanted to say hi, but my husband gets started off. But okay, so the topic that you were talking about is really upsetting. I'm from the tribe of Judah, and my husband's from the tribe of Levi.
Okay.
And we discuss all the time the differences that we see in the tribes. And I have to say, my family's from tribe of Judah, that the tribe of Judah is lazy. Like, it's very, it's they're like the what do you call them?
We're gonna stop that right now. because this is what I'm not gonna do. I'm not gonna allow you to bring your indoctrination and that trope over here when I know what it took for our people to build this country.
Right.
True.
All right. So you can't be on something we built and call me lazy.
Well, my apologies.
No. Listen, that's how you got to check that at the gate. How can all these big constructs here that my foreparents built for nothing, that afforded you the opportunity to come on our land that we built straight off the slave ships, every plantation, you name it, we built. The chain gangs, with the chain gang that built the railroads, that was all us. And we got paid absolutely nothing. So now, and then it's casting negative aspersions against those that work hard that y'all don't even mention. I'll tell you how good we can work. We created the traffic light. Even in Haiti, wouldn't you be crashing into each other without it?
True.
All right then. So what you got to do is you got to stand on business, sister. Don't allow somebody to, because you can't look at a subset of people. If you focus, like if I went to North Philly and went on a block that I lived on, and that became my reality, not looking at it from a broad view, and I would just deal with the people that are suffering systematic oppression and claim that all of Judah is lazy, that's disingenuous and it's unfair. I'm Judah.
True.
And you want to know how much work I've done and continue to do? Okay then. So when y'all make statements like Judah's lazy, that's including the ministry that the Most High views to bring all of us to this truth. Thank you. No, hold up now. What we would appreciate is thank you, Judah. Thank you very much.
Yes.
So again, I can go to Haiti right now and show you, I can go into an area and show you lazy people. Right now. I can go into Africa and show you lazy people. Right now. So, no, guess what? What did the Bible say? Hold up, you believe in the law, right?
Yes.
All right. Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor. That's the law. That's in the commandments. Now, I can talk about when our people aren't doing right. But if you trying to put a stereotype strictly on Judah based on your observation without disrespect, and not only that, not even sympathizing to what have brought them to a point where they're broken and can't do anything based on building something and not getting nothing out of their work while everyone else come and build on top of them only to claim they're lazy. I'll tell you what, how old are you, young lady? I'm about to give you a history lesson. How old are you?
30.
There you go. It's wet behind the ears. Okay.
My husband's right here.
Okay.
He's 31.
Okay, he's wet behind his ears too. Let me drop something on you. Let me drop something on. Let me give you a history lesson. Okay?
Well, Elder.
No. I'm going to speak and then I'm going to let you speak. Here's a history lesson. They let dogs out on our people.
I know.
Okay, hold up now. We fought for the rights. Even the amendment for immigration wasn't immigration. It was to allow the slaves to become citizens. Which means if it wasn't for us becoming free slaves, there would be no such thing as immigration or citizenship for Americans. Citizenships for foreigners wasn't supposed to be on the books. The only reason citizenship was established is because they needed to put a place for freed slaves. And guess what? After civil rights, it was our brothers and sisters dying, fighting, and we were the vast minority. The only leverage we had against the enemy is the fact that we were the workers. And that we would hold back the labor if they don't do right by Judah. Right? That's the leverage we had. Guess who took the leverage away from us? When we stomp for our brothers and sisters and say, listen, there's more white people than us. We're going to draft a legislation so that our brothers and sisters can come and align themselves with us so that we can outnumber the white man to fight against injustice. Instead of the brothers and sisters coming from Haiti and coming from Jamaica and coming from Africa to align with us against the enemy, they became the labor who now the enemy can use as leverage against us. We now cannot even use boycotts to make them do the right thing because everybody else is willing to do the work for less. So, sister, I'm giving you a history lesson because people believe the tropes. They believe what they see on TV. They come into the country without studying good history. And one thing I do in respect, even when I went to the Greek islands, I was at the step of the wise men that were there in respect of their history because I didn't want to disrespect or dishonor the legacy of their parents who made the country what it is. Even though I know who I am, that's proper decorum. So again, sister, you can point to something negative amongst our people, but there's nothing you can point to that I can't point to anywhere amongst Israel, be it in Africa, Jamaica, Haiti, you name it. I can find you. The same thing you can say about Judah, I can find everywhere because I've been in other places. So I don't know how we are allowed to accept when they call us certain things through their stereotype. That's wrong. Now, what say you?
Okay.
Hey, how you doing, Elder?
How you doing, sir?
I'm doing good. I don't want you to take what my wife said out of context. This is a very sensitive topic.
Oh yeah, but but I'll tell you, the topic must be had.
Right.
And guess what? I'm gonna put it this way. I'm gonna let you go because I'm not upset with your wife, but I'm putting it out in context because what? When you're speaking to thousands of people, the way I did it is the way I expect other people to correct something without what? Without nuance and or context. It could have been spoken different. You saying Judah lazy? Hey, we ain't going for that. All right, now, if we want to talk about the shortcomings of Judah or any tribe to get back to where we need to be as a family, I'm dealing with that. But guess what? There's a lot of stereotypes out there about Levi. Right? Yeah. Hold up now. Hold up now. When they was talking, chill. When they talked about they eat the dogs, they eat the cats. I came out that same week and I said, how dare you talk about the people who come from priests. I'm in defense. I'm going, listen, I'm on the front line for you. And again, I'm not going to let a brother and sister can be out there listening to that and start believing that. No, we don't even deal like that, because we understand every time they put something negative about you, we know how they have done us.
Right.
We know what's behind it. So that's my point. There's
Right.
stereotypes everywhere, but I understand you're defending your wife, and that's good. That's a good thing. But I did that as a teaching lesson because I know that she's young. I know she don't mean any better. I know she don't mean any better like that. But that's a teaching moment. But go on.
Okay. The statement that she made, I feel like that was more pertaining to the Judites that she knows personally.
Okay.
That was not to say it's the majority. I do believe that a certain type of respect is owed to Americans for, paving the way for foreigners to come over here and do X, Y, and Z.
Yeah.
We discussed a lot of the topics that you broadcast.
Yeah.
And me personally, I don't feel like it's more of foreigners come over here with the intentions to disrespect Judite. I think it's more so of we come over here with a certain expectations as far as in what we hear back home, and how, like you say on a lot of your podcasts, you guys are the trendsetters for a lot of things, from clothing to inventions to music.
That's respect.
So we come over here with a certain type of expectations. So when we get over here and we see how the system is set up, as far as in Judah being at the bottom of the totem pole, it's a kind of a shame factor that's attached to it, being that you guys are the ones who built this country up.
Yeah.
So I think it's more so of a propaganda that's been televised to brainwash Judah. Because before we got on here with you, we were just discussing it, and my wife felt as if Judah knows who they are, as far as in what Judah know who they are as far as in what Esau has told them, but they don't know who they are pertaining to what the Bible tells them they are. So I feel as though once Judah loses the brainwashing that the country or the government has placed upon them, then they can really step into their purpose as far as in leading the other tribes or their other brothers as they should. But I know, me speaking as far as in me being a foreigner, when I came over here, it is certain type of rhetorics that
What you got? Talk to me. You lost your
I'm trying to find the right
words?
word, because I know you're very passionate about this. I don't want you to feel like
No. Listen, I'm gonna tell you, brother. There's certain stereotypes that do apply. Like, for instance,
right?
There's someone in the chat who wrote, "Well, I'm a Haitian. I'm Levi. When I grew up, I was bullied by Judah."
Right.
And I listen. I'm Judah, and I was bullied by Judah.
Right.
See, but that have nothing to do with tribes. That's about knuckling up.
Right.
Yeah, that means go get oh no, hold up now. That means go get your push-ups in. There was a boxing place right around the corner. My father took me to, and I learned how to hold hands, hold these hands, know how to duck and get those ribs happening. So the whole deal is, when it comes to Judah ain't trying to figure out let me see your Haitian card. Let me tell you, Judah rarely know whether or not they are amongst other tribes, unless someone say, well, my family is from the Dominican Republic. My family is from Haiti. As far as we know, when people come around us, we're all black. We don't even, growing up, we didn't think in those terms.
Right.
Unless someone told us they were from someplace else. So no, okay. I'm not going to go for that thing. I'm not going to stereotype Judah for bullying people when I know that, listen, that you gotta knuckle up growing up where I grew up at. I don't care what tribe you from.
Right. If I may,
yeah,
it's just piggybacking on what the statement that you made. It's so in bullying happens everywhere.
Listen,
I get what you're saying.
Okay,
sometimes.
Let me ask you this, because, and you be honest about it.
Right.
Is there a preconceived or perception that's automatically instilled in people who come in from amongst us? An idea of who Judah is even before you get here. That's negative.
Yes, yes, definitely.
Okay then. So now that we understand that, because guess what? I'm not going into Africa thinking that what I seen with Sally Struthers was going on. I'm more nuanced than that, right? Because they wanted us to see the worst. Don't you know that in America, how they were portraying Haiti? And you look at some of the great constructs and the fact that there's rich people that's decked out in Haiti, we would have never known that part of Haiti exists. But what I don't do, I'm not going to come to Haiti and disrespect people based on how Esau have portrayed all of us everywhere. Because there's a negative stereotype that's being portrayed everywhere. But the difference is, I don't believe when people come to America that they shake that. Okay?
No, I'm in agreement with you with that. That's why I said it's a certain type of respect owed to America or Americans for paving the way. I'm saying there are loopholes and there's different, there's different factors that play into the equation when it's pertaining to, different environments. Like, just piggybacking onto the last statement you made, you just have to have tough skin more or less is what you were saying.
Hey brother, there's things we're gonna go through growing up that has nothing to do with what tribe you come from.
Right.
We're gonna go through bullying. We're gonna go through the dozens. One thing about Judah, you gotta have a tough skin because hey, you gonna get busted on where I come from. Okay,
right.
If that haircut ain't right, someone going to straighten you out straight from the gate, walking in the door, and you're going to have tough skin to understand. Okay, this is what we do, right? So
right.
What we can't have is so many people coming in without a sense of humor, without taking everything personal, right? So what I'm saying is, we just have to we're family,
right?
We got to stop this thing where we're taking sides and understand that there's nothing that you can experience amongst Judah at some facet you haven't experienced, even if you were just amongst Levi. The same thing.
Right.
The same thing.
I'm in agreement with you.
Yeah.
This is not us, opposing what you're saying. We're agreeing with you. We're just saying that there are other factors that play in the matter, and it'd be easier for foreigners to come over here and just jump on board with Judah if Judah was to, I guess, depict themselves in a different way.
Like what?
I have a question.
Was that, Elder?
No, like what? You say depicted another way. What you mean by that? Because I got to get to the next person. I got a whole line of people that's ready to come up against this thing.
Right. Depict themselves like they run stuff. Like foreigners, like I know as a black foreigner, I'm hearing about America being the best country. I want to come over here and see black people run stuff. I don't want to come over here and see black people acting like we need permission as if we didn't build the country. So that's why I say it's a certain type of...
Hey, brother, you're talking about 43 million people. No. So this is what I'm saying. So listen, temper your expectations, right? You're talking about 43 million people. I can show you some black people running stuff, right? So the whole thing is, what you got to do, you got to get your mind. Let me tell you, because perception can be everything. If that's all you see, that's all you will see, and it'll be because the person running stuff, he'll be right in front of you, or she'll be right in front of you. But they're not, they're not wearing their success on their sleeve. They're just looking at you.
You're right.
You bump elbows with more people that's running stuff than you know. But those people are intentionally invisible.
I mean, but is it fair to say in this climate that we're in right now, we don't need anyone that's successful, that's black, to be camouflaged? We want to see you.
No. The whole thing is, it's like this, though. You can move in a certain way to help people, so to not get what? So to not get infiltrated or destroyed.
Right.
There's many people that's helping that know that if they put themselves out in public, that the enemy will come in and stifle things. But let me tell you, the closer we get to this, the more you'll know that there's some heavy shakers, movers and shakers. But still, we can't look down on the poor and blame them for being poor. We got to get out of this.
Right.
Okay? We can't do this. Right? We are under systematic oppression. And it's like someone, it's put it this way. It's someone drowning and you're upset because they can't swim. Well, no. The strong must bear the infirmities of the weak.
Right.
Give them a life raft. Teach them. Grow them. It's like you see people, they don't know, their head is not even above oxygen. They don't even know which way to go. And you, with the knowledge of the Almighty, was sent to pull them out of the quicksand. But you're blaming them for being in the quicksand.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so what's the solution? What's the solution? Because it seems like we don't have any time to be...
Hey, brother, the solution is happening.
What, the Most High waking us up?
No, listen to the conversation I'm having with you right now. The conversation I'm having with you begins a conversation where we're more understanding with each other instead of what? Judging one another through stereotypes. It starts with conversations like this. Now you know what Judas feeling, the disrespect. And when you begin to operate without these perceptions you came with, and that, because believe it or not, when you come with a perception, people can actually sense that. But when that change, the person you talking about that was invisible will talk to you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So that's the whole deal, brother. That's what I'm saying. We need to change our view on one another and get away from the stereotypes. We're one. All right. Thank you, my brother. Elder Lawyer, you just sent me something?
I'll leave the
chat.
Yes,
sir. Just sent an example.
Okay.
I know, Salakia, I'm hearing myself coming through.
Okay, you said you sent.
So yeah, I would.
Go ahead. Is your video up?
Yeah, I was just sending an example of. I know the brother was mentioning.
Put your video up.
All right, you see me now, right?
Yeah, I see your video now.
All right. So it's just more so going into an example similar to what you showed earlier concerning the teaching moment. When people make certain statements, like for example, the brother mentioned that when he comes here, he expects to see situations where Judah is running things, and a lot of what people are expecting to see, we have already accomplished and done. The thing is that a lot of those successful, affluent communities that we built were systematically destroyed. But it's not that we can't do it. It's not that we're too lazy to get it done. We've done it. But again, it's been systematically destroyed. So it's just a list of those affluent communities
let me
that
read
we
it.
actually built.
Not just Tulsa, race massacres. The devastated black communities in Rosewood, Atlanta, and other American cities. There is a long history of white terrorism destroying black communities. We built our own communities. We built our own Black Wall Street. And guess what? I got the paperwork to prove that the majority of us who went to these areas knew we were Israelites. And I'm talking about, here it is, 1898, Wilmington, North Carolina was a thriving area with majority black population. We were running things. The Atlanta massacre in 1906. So we have the ingenuity, know-how, and intelligence to build because we built this country. Okay, the white man didn't discover electricity with a kite, a string, and a key, okay? That was us. There was no electricity until we got here. We created the light bulb, not Thomas Edison. So that's what I'm saying. A lot of our people aren't educated. And they come in with a perception that's given to them by the enemy. You want to see us run things. It's where you're looking. And the perception have closed your eyes to see that the success you're thinking about running things, you're actually living on it. Benjamin Banneker designed Washington, D.C., every piece of it. So it's just our people our people, let me tell you. I would talk about the turkey wing hut, but we know how that went. That went underwater. You know what I mean? There's no wings and no hut. But all in all, I'll tell you right now, Judah run things, right? But now we must move differently because now they got the Arabs, they have the East Indians, and everything we try to do, they'll try to undermine us or tax us out of existence. So we're moving differently now. Okay? Hey, but respect the history. Hayaman Yasha Allah. Someone says that we are counseling people to call Babylon home. Boy, I tell you, boy. You know what I think this is? I think people are disingenuous, dishonest. And that's why, I never put words in people's mouths. Right? Tell me, I counsel people to call Babylon home. That's what they got from this broadcast. I'm talking about a respect factor. Right? Jamaica isn't home for Benjamites. But if I go into Jamaica, I'm going to respect those who stomped down and made war, the Maroons, who fought against systematic oppression. I'm not going to be there disrespecting the Maroons.
Right.
I'm like, Lord have mercy. I mean, I think after 9:30 it become troll hour. Okay, we have Hayaman Yasha Allah. How are you?
All praises be to the Most High. Blessings, Elder.
Blessings, my brother. How are you?
I'm doing well. Blessings to you, Elder Lawyer, all the elders, double honors. Man, yeah, you're right on, Elder. It's the respect. There's no man. It's like a man who created a house and bring his family to his house, and then another man come in and call him lazy. It's just as simple as that. So we all together. When I see this conversation, it's great. It's like the Willie Lynch letter, so to speak.
Yeah.
We got to get that out of our mind. We together.
Yeah.
Judah is great. He's great. Benjamin is great. We fought together.
Yeah. Man,
so
listen.
It's time to...
Man, everybody know, man, I love Benjamin. I mean, I'm about to eat me some oxtails in a couple of minutes. Man, I got some oxtails waiting too. I love Levi. I love everything. I love Ephraim. I love Simeon. So all of this stuff, man, man, listen. We have to keep that, but for some reason they think everybody can come in and just disrespect Judah, right? When they see some of our people are down bad, what would Christ do? right? But go on, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's all right, Elder. What they did, what I realized they did with Judah was the greatness Judah had in the 50s, 60s, 70s. They had to distort that in a different light to make Judah look weak.
But you know why?
That's what,
but you know why, though, brother? It was you right on. But you know why? They didn't want an example that the other tribes would follow as a pattern.
Yeah.
So it wasn't just Judah. We were an inspiration so to how others can fight where they were for justice. So they did a job on us, man. They did a job with the crack and the heroin and everything, separating the families, because they didn't want that example. We were, let me tell you, we were sounding a trumpet throughout the earth during the 50s, 60s. Sam Cooke, a change is going to come. Muhammad Ali, I'm the greatest. I mean, you name it. Our people were standing up and they were saying, you know what? If they can do it, we can do it too. They, you know, we have to stifle Judah. We have to stifle Judah. You understand? So that's the whole deal. But go on. I'm listening to you, brother. And it's mutual respect. Because because we need each other, man. And that's the whole point I'm making. When I seen that brother in the car telling that sister, right, you're entitled, you're lazy. And I know he probably mad because, you know, she was beside herself. She was screaming and all that. But all in all, come on, man. When he said that particular perception, that statement came from somewhere. Right? It came from somewhere. And it's like, come on, man. The sister just want you to turn the radio down, and now you're gonna tell her that's what's wrong with all of y'all. Y'all lazy. It's like, boy. on what someone else on what someone else built. What something their fourth parents built, calling them lazy. How did that look? Come on, man. Thank you, my brother.
That's true. It's disingenuous. And one last thing, Elder, before I go.
Hold up. Someone says that they enrolled in the academy February 24th and haven't received anything. Jamil, do me a favor, Jamil. Send an email to GOCC South. A matter of fact, Elder Lawyer, what is the academy email?
Yeah, two things. There's an academy email to send your request to, goccacademy@gmail.com. Also, make sure you check your spam folder.
Check your spam folder, and if it's there, default as not junk, okay? Go to your spam folder first, and if you see if it's there, spam or junk, and make sure if it's there, you click on it and hit this is not spam or junk, okay? But what is the email if it isn't there, Elder?
Yeah, goccacademy@gmail.com.
goccacademy@gmail.com. What say you, brother? I'm sorry about that. The end of what you were saying?
It's all right, Elder. We got to let this thing go. You know, the time we're about to enter in, we're in the midst of prophecy. A lot of jewels are being dropped by the elders. It's not time for friction. It's time to come together, to do the work, to focus on our sisters, because we all gonna need each other. But you know, I yield.
My brother, thank you. Where you from? Jamaica, Benjamin?
From Levi, Elder.
Levi, there it is. Shamo now. Look at that.
Yeah.
All right, shalom. Bless you, my brother.
I want.
Okay, we have Officer Ariel, my brother. We have Officer Ariel. Let me bring him in. What's going on, Captain?
Hey, Shalom, Elder. Can you hear me?
Shalom. That's the brother from Vegas, right?
Yes, sir, Elder. Shalom. Oh, my gosh. Elder,
Shalom.
You got me over here.
Shalom.
Yes, Elder, I have so much to say. Yes, sir. Double honors.
First of all, tell them where you from, my brother.
Oh, I'm from the Las Vegas body by the way of South America, Guyana, and I just came back from there, Elder.
Guyana, talk to me.
I just came back from there.
Blessings, talk to me.
Yeah. So, Elder, man, Khan. You know, Elder, I mean, everything that you're saying is spot on. And I will say, I can speak from my personal experience that when I came up here, this was back in the 90s, Elder, that the older generation had that perception that when you go to Babylon, because they called it Babylon, they said, watch out for the young black men there because these things can happen. But what I've learned, and yeah, I experienced bullying just like you said, who hasn't? But what I've learned is really what it does is it magnifies how important this truth is in Christ.
Yeah.
Because what it has taught me is appreciation for Judah. See, I understand now in my age and in this walk just how much I need my brethren, all of them, especially Judah. Because I share something with you, and that was key that you just mentioned. I just came back from Guyana, and this is what I've seen, Elder. While our people are down there sitting on land and resources and things of that nature, they do not have the spirit of government like Judah has. Because Judah was able to accomplish so much when it comes to cities and things of that nature. And here is another thing that I learned that really, and I'm going to put this out there like this. With this truth and Judah going forth being the ambassadors and bring it from a perspective of like how there's Black History Month. If the other tribes knew that history, because we weren't taught this, I learned a lot of the history of Judah as an adult. The inventions, the cities, that is not taught in our curriculum. We are more so very educated in math and these different skill sets, Elder, and a work ethic so that when we come to Babylon, we get absorbed in and it works just into what you were saying. We come in and we think we're getting top dollars because the money, when we think of building up back home, we send it back home and we just build our houses. And then we look at it as a fact like, oh, Judah is lazy. No, it's not that. They understand the value of what they're worth and they're not willing to just work for any old thing. Whereas we come in brainwashed and we'll do it. So there's no unity as a nation and we play right on into the hands of the oppressors. So this topic, this conversation tonight is monumental in us coming together. Because I say this all the time with my Judah brethren, man, if I could take 10 of y'all where I'm from, just y'all, I know we could take it over. And what I just experienced when I came back from what I seen, I'll give you one example, Elder. I went down there, one of the sisters that's baptized in, everything went well with the Shabbat. I got pictures and videos I'm working on to get to you. But the sister told me a sad story. Family sitting on land. And the father is ready to do business with the Chinese and push her out. And I said, no, I said, you fight for that because you were there first. And I'm like, man, I said, there needs to be some counsel in here. Because this sister sitting on prime minister. The Chinese see this, they know this. They want to push her out. They made arrangements to rent the bottom of a building. They got the top and the bottom for storage. I'm like, that's bad business. So I'm seeing these things and I'm like, my. This conversation tonight, Elder, is monumental. If I could get 20 minutes of your time, Elder, on a personal conversation, there's so much I want to share. But for the sake of time and respect to the conversation and others, I'm going to yield it. But this conversation tonight, spot on. Because we do come in with that mentality, and because we don't know any better and they indoctrinate us with the movies, the shooting, the killing, we think that's what Judah's going to do to us. But I learned in high school, like, no, Judah was close to me. Judah shared his clothes with me when I first came and I had nothing.
Yeah.
So real quick, when the Most High got involved, and then with this truth, oh, game over. So I see it now.
Yeah,
and
but
that's the Genesis.
Yeah,
Go ahead, Elder.
But just like all of Israel, brother, and I thank you for this, but just like all tribes, like you have the sub-belly of every culture, and you have the upstanding. Like, for instance, when I was growing up, if you were from somewhere else, I would tell you straight up, brother, don't go over there, don't deal with this guy, because we would let you know who to stay away from and what the threats were, right? So it's not like there weren't threats, but we'll let you know, right? We'll tell you we'll tell you the guy coming up the street, don't buy his copper that looks like gold, right? Stay away. We'll tell you straight up, stay away from the Muslim hustlers. Okay, the Muslim hustlers are right up there, and you're gonna be, by the time you get off the block, it'll be rabbit ears, no money. So so that's the whole thing. So we're not gonna tell you that it's paradise, but there's a sub-belly within any culture. Just like if I was to go to Jamaica, I'm sure my man Gocc and others be like, Elder, don't go this way, let's go this way. But they try to make it exclusively as like everything is bad when it comes to Judah. And I'm like, man, we're some of the loving people. Take you in, feed you, heal you. But guess what? Like you say, the propaganda out there won't allow that particular image to be portrayed. And I'm gonna tell you, it's more of that than what they're portraying on media. Right, and that's the point. So, and we can sense when people feel a certain type of way about us. But if we smile instead of dealing with people through our perceptions, and treat everybody like family regardless, you'll realize that it was all out there, was all a white lie. But thank you, my brother. I appreciate it.
And one last point, if I may, Elder. Yeah. One of the main things I noticed too when I was there is that Manasseh, the Cubans, they're jumping off the island. Cuba is very bad right now. They jump into the mainland. There's a bunch of them in Guyana. Venezuelans, their government is so bad, they're filtering over into Guyana. Guyana is the fastest growing economy in South America right now. But what I realized was that now our brothers and sisters down there, Benjamin Levi, the darker demographic, they're looking at their brothers coming in with a side eye saying, oh, the Spanish is coming over. And I'm like, no, y'all not understanding prophecy. They are drawing to the southern kingdom, and the northern kingdom is uniting. And that opened up a door for me to speak to them. And for my tenure in Central America learning the Spanish language, they looked at me when I was speaking Spanish with them like, you speak Spanish? Effortlessly. And I'm like, oh my goodness, this is it. It's happening. So Ephraim, it's coming together, Elder. What I just witnessed, I'm like, man. All praise to the Most High.
And all praise. That's why, I wanted to have this conversation, because it's about a mutual respect, man, and we're going to need each other. Thank you, my brother.
Elder. All
right.
All praises to water.
Blessings. Great call. Blessings. And also, I got to put out there real quick, in case people didn't know. Sometimes we have to do what? Sometimes we have to do some history classes, right? Who this? Lewis Howard Latimer. What did he do? From Queens, New York. Folks, guess what he did? You're looking at the man who created the light bulb. Thomas Edison took the credit for it, but this is the man look. This is the man who created the light bulb, folks. Let me show you here. See that? His inventions included evaporative air conditions. How do you like air conditions in summertime? Huh? When it's hot out there. How do you like air conditions? Air conditioner system. Improved process for manufacturing carbon filaments for electric light bulbs, folks. It wasn't Thomas Edison who discovered the light bulb. And they don't even want to mention the brothers who was working, who Nick Tesla was getting information from. He also improved, every time you go to the bathroom, remember this when y'all disrespecting Judah, and improved the toilet system for railroad cars. all that traveling and have to use the bathroom. Guess who invented the system where you can use the bathroom and not have to worry about stopping between stops? He joined Edison Electric Light Company, where he worked as a draftman. Folks, I can do this all night and show you what Judah contributed not just to America, but to the world. So these are the things people don't know when they try to claim Judah's lazy. Okay? Put some respect on Judah's name now. What I got to do? And that's what we have to have. When people come over, they have to get educated. Straight up disrespected. We ain't going for it no more. Coach Bowen. Coach Bowen.
And that's what we have to have. When people come over, they have to get.
All right, Coach Bowen. Mute YouTube, please.
It's muted, Elder.
How you doing, sir, Coach?
Shalom. Yeah, I'm in your academy. I know you kind of briefly spoke to me Sunday. Bruce Strength.
I remember you. How are you?
I'm good. I still haven't been able to get in touch with nobody. I end up replying, and me and another member end up. I don't know how we end up getting each other's numbers, so we texting each other. I'm thinking I'm talking to an elder, and yeah, so I wasn't able to speak to Elder Dale. So I really needed that information. Like I said, I've been trying to get in touch.
Okay, one moment.
For a second.
Go ahead.
So, yeah, I kind of like off that first conversation the couple was having.
Yeah.
Like I said, I've been with you guys about 5 years. And I think it's more so as it's us around the right people. You get around the right Judahites, and you can understand that it's not really, it's not all of them, and like I said, I surrounded myself with people that really had things going for themselves, that really want to seek knowledge, and like I said, that really changed my perspective on everything. Like I said, I'm from Memphis, but like I said, the crowd I grew up with, it wasn't the right crowd. So, I was, my perspective of us was kind of like theirs. We're not really striving for much, but then I ended up going to college, and I ended up going traveling places, and I started understanding that, hey, look, it's people out here just like me that, that want to seek knowledge, that want to know the truth. Like I said, us being spiritual people, we're always seeking for, knowledge. So, I was seeking that, just end up coming into people that, like, it was a younger brother that brought me into the truth.
Yeah.
And like I said, it was just me searching around. I'm looking up, pretty much stuff like conspiracy theorist type of thing.
Okay.
And it led me to the truth.
Yeah.
And like I said, I thank the Most High for it. And like I said, even with, the younger guy that brought me into it, I normally don't take advice from younger kids, so when he got to me, it just opened me up, and I'm like, look, we all ain't the same, the truth, it can really show you that, man, We're some impressive people.
Well, I'm gonna put you on hold. Get the next person. But it comes down to this, my brother. It's about having respect for one another, and it's enough we have to overcome the stereotypes and the false images through propaganda that's put out there by the enemy. It's a shame when all of our people are being oppressed, fall into and begin to uphold the propaganda. That's insane. And that's what I'm trying to break out of our brothers and sisters. Right? Automatically, because believe it or not, this is how we've been programmed. We've been programmed to believe that everything is wrong with us and that everything is right with white people.
True. You're right.
Right? and listen, there's an underbelly amongst white people. You seen Jerry Springer. So the whole deal is, listen, man, we got to stop this taking these tropes and now wearing that on our sleeves against our people. It's time is up. The enemy's at the door. It's time to be respectful and kind to one another, you know, and you know, and just respect one another and don't come over here without the knowledge of what you're dealing with and disrespect us who've paved the way for you. That's all we saying. Thank you, my brother.
Shalom.
Shalom. My brother, you let yourself out. We got the preacher daughter here. The preacher's daughter, how are you? Unmute yourself, please. Preacher's daughter. You're gonna have to unmute. All right, I'm gonna have to put you. We have to put you in the back, preacher's daughter, because you're not hitting the button. All right, I have to put you in the back, unfortunately.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. It's about to get bounced.
I was pushing everything, Elder. How are you doing?
How you doing, preacher's daughter? What, your father's a preacher?
Elder, I done talked to you for about 5, 6, 7, 10 years now.
I know you did,
yes,
but
sir.
Other people don't know who you are. I mean, preacher's daughter, tell them who you are.
Well, I'm a child of the Most High. I'm a daughter of Zion, but I just happen to be a pastor's daughter.
Okay.
But how are you doing today?
I'm blessed by the best, and his name is Ahia. Talk to me.
Well, the last time I talked to you, Elder, I think this was last summer sometime, and I had mentioned to you that this is what I was experiencing in terms of, I said something along the lines like, our brothers are turning against us. And I said that, and I don't think that you knew the magnitude of what I was saying then. So I go on a lot of podcasts.
Okay, so
and I have my own.
So clarify it. Clarify what you meant by brothers are turning against you.
Well, I was talking about our tribe. Because I go 10 toes down for.
What do you mean your tribe?
Because I'm a child
your tribe
of the Most High. So
you're about Judah?
Sir? No, I'm talking about Jacob's seed. All of Jacob's seed. I saw what was going on last summer, especially when it came to like the discourse in the music. I was experiencing stuff in my neighborhood, seeing my community change.
Okay,
and seeing the attitude.
It seemed like you need to drill this down to a context I can understand. First, you started talking about the Judite man. What do you mean by the Judite man? I mean, your tribe.
No.
Your tribe.
No, not us. I'm talking about the other tribes.
Oh, you talking about?
I was speaking about the other tribes.
You talking about the 10 tribes who've been coming over here through immigration?
Yes.
Okay, go on.
Yes.
So what have you been noticing with them?
Okay, so all praises to the Most High. I was able to inherit my grandmother's house. She passed away in 2007. And as a little girl living in my community, it was a black community, all black. You know, we had, you know, they had the fish fries, you had the meat market, the grocery stores. I mean, you saw people that you knew. You felt safe. There was no disrespect. You know, everybody knew somebody, like you knew your neighbors.
Okay.
And starting last year, I live in the South still. I stay in North Carolina. My people are from South Carolina.
Okay.
So we're the type of people that when you come to our house, and that's just how we are, I'm talking about Judah. When you come to our house, we're going to make sure you leave our house with something. We are those type of giving people. Like, we're going to make you take, I don't care if it's just a banana, we're going to make you take something from our house, because that's how we were raised. Like you said earlier, it's in our DNA. Yeah. And I'm still like that to this day, even though sometimes I hate being like that. But that's the right way to be, you know.
Yeah, don't hate
even
it.
when we don't have anything.
Don't hate it.
You know,
hey, don't change who you are. But go on.
But I saw when I started listening to different podcasts, and I also attribute to a lot of podcasts. I have my own station as well, teaching people about the truth of who we are and things of that nature. I always let our FBA brothers and sisters know that these are our brothers and sisters. You know what I'm saying? Even though they've been taught to be against us, these are still our people. So I make sure that that's known.
Good.
But it really did hurt. It really did hurt when I found out the truth last year that they don't act like that in the South. And I'm talking about our Latino brothers and sisters. They don't act like that in the South. But to learn that it was happening elsewhere, like in California, and how Judah was getting bombed and just different things that had happened in California, I can't sit and act like everything is okay when I know that my Judah kings and queens.
I got to get a few more people in, but let's just quantify one thing. So when Judah was getting bombed, by who in California?
So if you go back and look at some, I can send them to you too, some news broadcasts, some news reports of how sisters were getting bombed out of their houses by these gangs, these Latino gangs in California, how the disrespect was there in California for our people, how California now, a lot of us have moved out of California because of the disrespect that goes on there. I have a lot of stuff that I can send you because I do a lot of research. But to bring it all home, I just thank God for you, because I felt like I was feeling this way by myself. And the other day when you actually brought up these issues that I had been dealing with, because I didn't want to feel this way. And I was praying like, create in me a clean heart, oh God, renew the right spirit, because it's like when you do a lot for people and somebody give you their behind the kiss, I start to feel some kind of way. I'm gonna tell you the truth. That flesh starts rising up, and I have to pray against that. But when you made mention of that a few weeks ago on your broadcast, I was like, yes, Elder mentioned this. Elder's talking about this, and it really helped me out a lot. So I am thankful to you and Elder Lawyer, because I think it was either last week he had mentioned something about it on his broadcast, and it helped me because I look to you all. I have my father, but in terms of my spiritual life, you all I got. You and Elder Lawyer are all I have in terms of my spiritual walk. And so I just wanted to thank you tonight for touching on these issues, because I needed that. Spiritually, I needed that. I was calling on the Most High, and he must have sent you a message saying your daughter in North Carolina need to hear this word, and the Lord gave it to you, and you gave it to me, and that's what I needed to hear.
Well, thank
you. So
I
thank the Most High for that. So
thank you.
And I did put those. I did on my Facebook page. I mean, not on my Facebook, but on my TikTok and on my YouTube page. I did a whole month of creations that we have done here. The man that you just mentioned, I had put in the chat earlier.
Babe, sister, I gotta go though. I got a lot of people waiting, and I got something to eat. So I gotta wrap it up. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Okay.
All right. You can let yourself out. All
Yes,
right.
sir.
I appreciate it. All right. Another thing, right? And I seen this years ago, right? Latino gangs members firebomb black residents to drive them out of Boyle Heights project, prosecutors alleged, right? And you have to realize a lot of what these agents do, and I'm not going to just say it's about these gangs. I found out that a lot of these so-called satanic supremacists that works for government would put on black masks and do things and blame it on black gangs. So I'm sure there's some in between to make infighting happen between us, right? So I see a lot of these alleged stories out there, but I mean, I see Judah and the other tribes coexisting. All right, so I don't think that's a war that they could win coming up against Judah in California. So I know there's isolated situations, but believe me. All right, let's see here. Right. Hey, Zadok, you can come on in. Then I got Leslie and Chris, and that will end it for tonight. How you doing, Zadok? Unmute, please. You would have to hit your microphone, Zadok.
You hear me now?
Yes. How you doing, sir?
I'm all right. I never had a problem with Judah all my life. I'm Benjamin, and you know, I mean, you get things here and there, but now, what I like that how it's doing is making us come together.
What I was bringing out, not that whether or not someone had a problem, more so than whether or not there were stereotypes where people would come over and automatically have a negative view of Judah that's here in America. I know that I've never had that with Jamaicans, Benjamites. I've always respected each other. Is there a perception that's usually had between Jamaicans or wherever you're from is what the point was?
My father, when we was growing up, used to say a lot of things as Benjamin in the house, but it never stopped me from hanging with Judah.
Your father, hold up. So your father said what?
He used to say, sometimes I can't stand these American blacks, they're ignorant, and that I was causing trouble. And he used to get mad and he used to be like, you're spoiling the family, and then he get locked up, you're acting like one of them. And I was looking at him like, Dad, I know right now I'm being rebellious, but these brothers is that, you know, we down, ain't nothing going on, you know, like you think is going on. Coming up, you know, growing up in the late 80s and 90s, I'm close to your age and stuff like that. A lot of our people learned a lot around that time. You know what I mean? You had a lot of our people that coincided in the rap music, a lot in business and a lot of stuff. And that barrier was broke down years ago.
I know, but why do your father would try to feed something negative in you of Judah? Like, what's up with that? What's going on with that?
He said that out of things he went through.
What did he go
through?
He
would never get to the root of why. Like one time, the guys that used to live upstairs shot up his car, but they was trying to shoot somebody else, and his car got shot up, being in the way.
Yeah,
the Judite brothers.
Yeah, that sounds like a Judah situation right there. But unfortunately, he almost caught some strays.
Yeah.
Yeah,
you know
that's Judah.
And,
I'm sorry about that.
It was just a lot of things, I guess, going on with him personally. But me, I never really had too much falling out with Judah. I mean, you would get arguments and stuff like that, and people would say things. That's all tribes and stuff like that. Like when King Saul wouldn't forgive David, and he would say he was forgiving David, but he kept coming against David and stuff. Benjamin and Judah have always been sometimes at odds, and even in the Old Testament. But today now, with what's going on, that's the last thing we need to do. We need to be more united than separated.
And respectful. You're right. You're right.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you, Judah can get under somebody's skin though. You know what I mean? Judah. One thing
They
about
can.
Judah, I'm gonna tell you, they'll find that button and push it. So when it comes to sarcasm and all these others, Judah can get under people's skin. But the whole thing is, all jokes aside, there should be a mutual respect.
Mm-hmm.
It's time that we need to put, like you mentioned, all the differences aside and understand it's enough the enemy is doing things like having people come over, put themselves under a different classification to stop money from coming into our community. A lot of people come into America, become immigrants, and label themselves as white.
Mm-hmm.
And when I found out that even Africans can label themselves as white, I'm like, well, what benefit would white people allow a black man to do this? Oh, the financial allocations will go to them, and it'll take from the people who suffer it. So we have to come together and just unite and respect one another, man. It's we're in the 11th hour.
I'm gonna make it quick because I know you want to go to sleep. But one thing I do love what the Most High did, and nobody didn't anticipate that with that voting thing. Now Northern Kingdom see that they're not for them, and they are drawing closer.
Exactly.
A lot of people at work talking about that. A lot of Latinos talking about that. You know, I'm a professional mechanic, but that's what I do for a living. But a lot of my Latino brothers, they've been talking about that, and it had opened them more up to the scriptures now.
Yeah.
To actually having a conversation of where they're from and who they really are.
So
that thing right there was a chess move by the Most High, man. And I yield with that, brother.
Yeah, a lot of these 10 tribes are seeing that they've been used as leverage. And now, guess what? The pendulum is swinging towards them now. The families being separated, whatever, and now they starting to see, well, okay, we've been double crossed.
And the sisters too. And the sisters too in that.
That's good. Hey, it's gonna pull us all together. That's what it's about.
Yeah, it's like, baby, you men got something that y'all is saying here. Yeah.
Thank you, my brother.
All right, brother, you have a good one.
I appreciate it. Blessings. Great point. Well, we're narrowing down, and man, it's 10:28. I'm never gonna talk about. I'm gonna do something in a few hours again. Leslie, how you doing, Leslie? I got Christopher, and that's it. That will conclude our broadcast for tonight. Unfortunately, you cannot call into Blog Talk anymore, even though I got the number there. I got to get a new sign there, a new lower third. Let yourself out, Zadok, please.
He was on TV. He was on TV.
How you doing, Brother Leslie?
Hey, Elder. Shalom. How are you, sir?
Shalom. I know you were chopping at the bit. Had to text me and everything to get up in here. All right, talk to me, sir. How you doing?
Hey, Elder man. First off, all praises to the Most High and double honors to you, an elder lawyer. Man, you hit the nail on the head on so many topics. The first I want to tell you personally, I remember when I came, being from Benjamin, I came from the Bahamas, and I applied for a job at the bank in management. And I remember the lady who interviewed me, she said, Leslie, she said, the job, I'm trying to decide, it's between you and an African-American guy. So I said, oh, really? And she said to me, but I'm going to give the job to you. I said, why? She said, I'm giving the job to you. And she said exactly what you said tonight, Elder. She said, I'm giving the job to you because the African-American people, they're too lazy.
Hold up. Now, was this a sister or was this a white woman told you this?
Yes, this is a Caucasian woman. Yes, sir. That's what she said. She said, I'm giving it to you because of that reason. And I got the job. But check this out now, Elder. Guess where she put me in management in the bank? She put me in the hood.
That's cool. See, guess what? Let me tell you, these are unspoken conversations that we always knew exist, but no one have said anything.
Correct.
And deep, when you heard that, she wanted you to know that she chose someone, a foreigner, over Judah in America. She wanted you to know that.
Correct, Elder. She sure did. And to also add on to what you were saying about foreigners coming in, like especially the Caribbean people coming in. I remember my grandfather was a part of those who came over to America to work on what we call the contract. You remember that?
Yeah.
When they were bringing in a lot of foreigners?
Yeah.
Right? And my grandfather was one of those that came to work on the contract, along with many other Caribbean people. And one of the things my grandfather always taught me, he said, son, he said, whenever you get around people of your color, he said, do not listen to what people tell you. Get to know them for yourself.
That's how
and
my father.
I was just so happy. That's how my father was. That's how my grandfather was. Exactly. And Elder, I say that to say, when that lady said what she said to me years later, I immediately remembered what my grandfather taught me.
So she was dealing with a divide and conquer type of thing.
Exactly.
A seed in the mind.
Exactly.
I'm going to hide. So now you'll be more indebted to her for giving you the job.
Correct.
With this negative view on the people. And mind you, if it wasn't for what we actually pushed in civil rights, no immigrants would be allowed to come here and actually, especially as a black person, to work in our neighborhoods. Incredible.
Exactly, Elder. Exactly. And that's why I said it was so funny. She put me in the hood. So the same people, if I was like her and her thinking, the same people where she put me to work in the hood, I would have had a complex issue, a mentality issue against those very same people.
So here's another question.
And my branch turned out to be one of the best selling branches in the entire bank.
Okay, so that leads us to another question. How many people coming in with the wrong spirit who would hear that? How would that turn out if that person was told that and was put in our neighborhoods?
Correct.
They would treat us worse than the enemy.
Yeah. You're right. I'm telling you, it happens.
Let me tell you, I knew it, but I've never heard it.
It's not our people.
Listen, I knew it, but I've never heard a testimony like that. It say that it definitely happens.
Yes, sir.
That's confirmation.
It definitely happened. I got hired based on that lady saying that to me, telling me that.
The hubris telling you that you would, and she told you knowing that you wouldn't get offended, as if like, I chose you, and she wanted you to know, I chose you over an African American or Judah because they're lazy. I just want you to know that.
Yeah.
And let me tell you.
Yep.
She couldn't have told me that. I'll tell you that. But anyway, hey, you needed a job, so I understand. But you ain't gonna talk about my people and think you're gonna hire me. Straight up, I got something for you. But thank you, my brother.
Well, take it. I wasn't in the truth at that time. I wasn't in the truth at that time.
Yeah, you need the job.
If I wasn't the truth, trust me, we'd have had some words. Yeah, we'd have had some words.
I don't blame you, brother.
But again, I like I said, I went on what I grew up on and what my grandfather told me. You know.
Yeah.
So, now Benjamin is it, man. I mean, you have hundreds of thousands of patterns that was because of Benjamin.
Yeah.
Hundreds of thousands of patterns in the United States because of Benjamin.
Yeah.
You have successful and prosperous towns that was eradicated because of Benjamin.
That's true. No doubt about it.
Music, culture, dressing, everything, Benjamin.
Yeah. Yeah. Hey, I can't.
Right?
Hey, it's
so I think in this day and time, Elder, I think now, before time, it was like more of a divisive thing, but I think now all of the tribes are now seeing it, like the brother said before me, and now the tribes are now joining with Judah in this new uprising. So all praises to the Most High.
That's right.
Continue what you're doing, Elder.
Hey man, even in the world, Biggie and Tupac. Biggie was Benjamin. A lot of people don't know that. Tupac,
exactly.
Tupac was Judah. That's just in the world side. But we've always worked together. But it's a mutual respect for one another, man. That's what it's about.
Yes, sir.
No disrespect.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, my brother. It's a good conversation. Shalom. There's a whole nother conversation I'm going to have on this, but probably do a part 2 at another time. Woo! We're going to, matter of fact, I need to leave that alone. I'll leave that alone till after the Passover. I'm going to leave that alone. I'm about to stoke up something, but it's all right. Let's get this last call, this last Zoom for this evening. We have Christopher. The Passover will be here before you know it, in 2 weeks from Saturday, so get ready. The new moon, the new month, starts Saturday sundown. We'll be in a new year, Saturday sundown, for those who don't know. The calendars are here. We got the calendars. Go to gatheringofchrist.org and get your calendar. Scriptures on the 12 tribes, how to break down the year in Sabbaths, and know exactly when the holy days fall according to the Most High. Get your calendar. And don't forget, Hebrew and Bible Academy, we're going to be breaking down. We got about, 10 more weeks, actually. We're only in week 2. So if you want to be a part of it, the theme of the Academy is the War of the Gods. That's right, brothers and sisters. What they call mythology was really true. There is no Greek mythology and all that. These were the fallen gods worshipped in secret, in plain sight, by the Gentile nations. That and more you will find out, and their judgment at the very end. In our Hebrew and Bible Academy, the theme is War of the Gods, and these are the gods that are worshipped through every religion on earth. Islam, whether you're Buddhists or Hindus, you're worshiping fallen angels, and the Most High is going to thrust the God you serve into the belly of hell. All right? Now, last call for this evening. How you doing, Chris? Unmute.
Shalom, Elder.
How you doing, sir? Talk to me. Your name?
Christopher.
Chris, last call for this evening. Talk to me.
Yes, Elder, I'm glad you brought the topic to clear out.
Man, you look
about the stereotype.
Brother, you look just like my brother Ryan. I call him the Benjamite. I'll be sure.
I mean, my dad's
girl. Talk to me. What you got?
That's right, Elder. No, like I said, Elder, I'm glad you brought the clear out the stereotype what you put against Judah, because even I did not know the truth. I did acknowledge that brother Judah built the country, so I can never disrespect my brother Judah and call him lazy. But you know what I'm saying? Just like through movies and the history, they say, "Oh wow, they built country," so I can never tell them lazy.
Exactly.
And and the stereotype about the disrespect. For my experience, I think the enemy really put against each other, the tribes against each other.
That's what they try to do.
And from my experience, especially over here where I live, that I experienced about the people in Venezuela and not all of them, but majority I experienced with them
Majority, they call him by this spectrum names, by calling our names. So I asked, so there was a brother I asked, is also from Venezuela. And I also say to me and my mama that most of the Venezuelans do not like the blacks. That's the brother say to me.
Why?
I asked him why. And I don't remember that, you know, because they don't like us, they want, you know, be the white man or the better race, you know, the typical stereotype, the blue eyes, all that.
Let me ask you, what tribe you from, Chris? The Israelite tribe.
Well, to be honest, I don't know. But why do I know? I'm from the descendant of the slave ships who came here.
Okay, came to America. Okay, and you in America now?
No, sir. I'm in the islands right now.
Okay. Well, that's Benjamin. That's Benjamin.
That might be Benjamin's voice.
Benjamin, there it is. All right.
Yes, sir. So, yes, and other thing, yeah, like the brother said, because they want to be, the high status, and I heard a lot about that because also it's a shame because it's a shame most of the blacks here because most of the blacks here, and I know, they say no. I don't want to marry my black sister, the nappy hair. I want to marry the Latina because she has a great hair, straight hair. I mean, brother, what are you talking about? You're gonna throw your own sister to the ground and
a brother?
Are you crazy?
A brother is saying that?
Yes, over here.
Hey, you know what?
Brothers.
You know what, brother? I said
we discriminate. We discriminate each other over here.
Yo, I said I didn't want to open up these can of worms, so we're gonna have a conversation on this, right? I gotta have a conversation on this because this is not just in America. We tell our sisters that we want to see them natural, but then ostracize them and make them feel self-conscious when they do wear natural. And our sister beautiful with their natural hair, and you get these few who would build these insecurities into our sisters when they're beautiful the way they are. So that's another dynamic with the tribes that's causing division and separating us as a people. The male-female dynamic or the dichotomy between Israel and Judah when it comes to the women. Man, listen, brother, it's deep that you brought that up because I was about to talk about that. I say let's move it for another night because I need dinner. But I'm gonna let you have the last word. But I'm definitely gonna open up a conversation with that. Like, what's up there? We got to talk about that. But I can't talk about it now. But go on.
Last thing because.
And that's what I don't want to listen. I don't want to hear no stuff about people calling. It's an insult to say that our sisters have nappy hair. That's an insult.
Right.
They don't nappy hair. I mean, you talking about Christ's hair. You're talking about Christ's mother's hair. And I've seen girls, when they take care of their hair, some of the most, people work to try to get some of the curls when our sisters take care of their hair. We have to have a conversation on it because it's the brothers that's building the insecurity in these women and then come back later and ask, well, why aren't you natural? It's unfair. Mm-hmm. It's wrong. When somebody can't naturally be who they want to be because of their own men, I'm going to tell you, man, that has to be torturous. To be living as a woman with enough insecure, with everything else against her already, with all the pressures of the world, with what they expect her to be, and then she can't be herself Because if you try to be herself, she's insulted. And then you wonder why she's trying to change the color of her skin and she's trying to please you. So if we got to be able to instill that how lovely they are naturally at an early age before they are psychologically damaged. It's crazy. Because on the other end, she can't win then. Right? She getting picked over because of everybody else. And then when she wear the hair because they think that's what we want, we say, well, hold up, we want you natural. They can't win, but that's a whole other conversation. We're going to have that conversation too. Ain't no such thing as no nappy hair. I wish somebody, those were fighting words you call our sister or our mother nappy hair. That was rumbling. We be, you know, in school, we be rolling around the ground on that one. You couldn't, let me tell you, when I was growing up, you cannot call our sister nappy hair, and you can't call our mother, listen, you say something about our mother, that's fighting words. And, you know, this is the Bible, but I mean, man, we've fallen so far from grace as a people when it comes to respect. And I see people online disrespecting our sisters. But I'm going to leave it there. Lord. But go on, young man.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, last thing, because, like I say, because me personally, I like my sister natural. And to hear this, I'm like, okay, this is crazy. And not only that, I noticed too, for example, so it's between the sister and the brothers, because I heard, in my school, it was a great friend of mine. My friend's skin was, dark. And the sister say, oh, I don't want to marry this guy because he's too black. I'm like, oh, okay, oh my goodness, what I hear. Oh my goodness. Unfortunately, yes, Elder.
Hey, listen. I tell you what. Yeah, listen. I never deal with those issues, right? Hey, I'm black unto the ground. I'm Jeremiah 14 too. Okay, I'm black like Christ. I'm black as Christ. I'm probably, who knows? I'm probably a little shade darker, and it's all good. And guess what? And I'm glad you're dropping this, because other nations don't have to deal with this mess outside of the Indian deal with the caste systems. And I'm going to show you how dangerous this is. You get these other people coming from India, and others have a caste system. And when they come to America, they will automatically put you on the bottom of their darkest, out of the darkest amongst their particular tribe. So if we do this to one another, don't get upset when others come through and do what we allow amongst ourselves. We're telling them it's okay for them to come at us negatively based on skin color. So, hey, we have to unite and protect one another, so that now, if we call each other out on it, we can now step to the enemy and say it won't be allowed. But what we do to each other allows the enemy to come in and say, well, okay, it's normal amongst them, so maybe I need to disrespect them also. So that's a whole, thank you, my brother. It's a whole nother conversation. But
yes, sir.
I got some oxtails waiting, But this was a good conversation. Thank you, my brother. Hey, yes. Hey, brother, it's like you and Ryan can be twins. Who that, your mama back there? Who that?
Yes, sir.
How you doing, mama?
Yes, sir.
Blessings.
My first mother.
Oh, okay, all right. Yeah, you looking just like you. You're just like Ryan, man.
GLTC since 2014. I was introduced to GLTC by a brother, also from Carousel. Since then, I've been following you guys.
All praises be to the Most High. You've done a great job. He's a good man.
Amen.
He's going to help us bring back the tribes. Go ahead, young boy. I see you.
All praises, all praises. Don't bless to the elders, fellas. Don't bless to the elders.
All right, my brother. Shalom.
Shalom, sir.
Okay. Orion got a twin out there. Okay, blessings. I'll be sure part 2 on the Benjamin side of things. Shalom. There it is.
It's a much more will. Oh yeah.
Oh woo! I know Ryan gonna kill me on that one. With that, I'm gonna say shalom. May the Most High be with you. The new moon will be here. The new month starting sundown Saturday. We're gonna have a service. We're gonna start the lesson around 11 a.m. Around noon, we will start the class on time. So the choir will be there at 11. I'll be teaching 12, and we'll give you insight on the new year to come this coming Sabbath. But not before Patreon this Friday. So with that, I'm going to say shalom. May the Most High be with you. Thank you, Elder Lawyer. Stay prayed up, sin not, and keep in mind the Most High is calling back the children of Israel. That's right. We are the children of Israel. And we're back. Shalom. Shalom.
The Arabs and Africans told us together our wives and children that sold us. In the belly of these great ships we traveled in fear. By the rivers of Babylon we found our brothers here. In Colombia, Reuben from Australia, it's a car.
Levi, the Haitians, our highest gathering in Israel. Oh, come on. Asher in Colombia, Reuben from Australia, Issachar, the Mexicans, that's who we be, Judah, the Negroes, Benjamin, the West Indians, Levi, the Haitians, Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico, Naphtali from the Isles of Hawaii. The Lord is calling back Israel. From Panama, Gad, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans.